briefing with our public safety team, our unified command on every single level. What we know is today, right now, everyone has to make a decision to leave voluntarily, which I'm recommending. Do that. Prepare yourselves. If you're going to leave, you need to do that now. We need to make sure that you are in a safe place, everyone, whether you're going to leave voluntarily or stay on site, hunkered down, wherever that is. Hopefully that's your home in our city, but in a safe space. If you're staying, you need to be prepared for damaging wind, power outages, heavy rain, tornadoes. What I am told is that this storm in no way will be weakening. There will be, and there are no signs, again, that this storm will weaken. And there's always an opportunity for the storm to strengthen. As you know, this continues to remain a very fluid situation. And we know, again, that time is not on our side. It's rapidly, it's growing, it's intensifying. And so that is, again, if you are voluntarily evacuating our city, now is the time to leave. You need to do so immediately. If you're planning to ride it out, again, make sure that you're able to hunker down, you have your supplies in hand so that you're able to respond post-storm. And we, the city, we are preparing for a post-storm response. Given the time of this, it has pivoted us to focusing specifically on post-storm response. We are, however, paying very close attention to and in direct communication with our residents that are on our special needs registry, but those with severe medical conditions. We know who they are. It's an average of up to 100 people. They will continue to be our priority as a city when it comes to today, but also when we think about post-storm. But we have our hands, we want our hands on them, and of course, direct communication with these individuals pre-storm as well. I want you to know that that is absolutely happening. What I will also say, and I'm going to turn it over to Lauren first to give us some updates on from the National Weather Service. You're going to hear specifically in regards to that. But before so, look, this is our time, your time, to prepare yourselves. Now, this is it. Check on your neighbors, check on your friends, of course, your family. Assist them where needed. If you see something, say something, because we want to ensure that we collectively are able to respond to the needs of our people. And what we learned, particularly during Katrina, first responders, we are first responders, all of us, our neighbors, we're all first responders. And so right now, it's about taking care of one another, not only coaching folks, to make the best preparations for themselves and for their families. In addition to pets, that has been something that the Louisiana SPCA, yesterday, they had a large amount of residents bringing pets. Please do not do that. They're at full capacity. They can no longer accept, and they have also shifted to a post-storm direction in terms of how they will deal with pets. It's not now pre-storm, it's shifted to post-storm. Tyrell will touch more on that. So I did mention I was going to bring up Lauren, but let me keep it going with Colin Arnold, our Director of Homeland Security, to touch up on anything that I may have missed. Of course, we'll go down the line. We'll hear from Ramsey, we will hear from Lauren, and we will also hear from Colonel Bailey. We will go to questions and answers as we need to and give you as much as information as we can at this particular time. So with that, I'm going to go ahead on and Colin ask you to come up.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning.
There have been no significant changes in the forecast track of Hurricane Ida since our last update yesterday. It's still expected to strengthen to a Category 4 hurricane when it makes landfall west of New Orleans on Sunday. Our mandatory evacuation of areas outside of the levee system and our voluntary evacuation for the rest of the parish and city still stand. If you are intending to leave, do so now. There's a small window of time for evacuation, but by this evening you need to be ready to shelter in place. If you're leaving, plan for traffic delays, leave with a full tank of gas. You can use gasbuddy.com to track gas availability on the road. If you need to shelter outside the area, if you're evacuating and you don't have a place to go, text LA Shelter to 898-211 or call 211. If you plan to stay through this storm, be ready to shelter in place this evening by midnight. Finish gathering your supplies today, including water, non-perishable items, flashlight, battery-powered radio, and medication for at least 72 hours. Food and water for 72 hours, 3 days. We say the first 72 is on you. The first 3 days of this will be difficult for responders to get to you. You need to have your supplies prepared. Prepare your property by securing outdoor furniture, decor,
or 311 calls. Be patient. We have to ensure that our emergency responders are safe. But once you report it, we will respond to it when it is safe to do so. Additionally, we have folks, whether they are sanitation, property management, infrastructure, whatever it is, are out clearing debris. If you see a job site, if you see a private job site that you feel like is unsafe, feel free to call that into 311. We've gotten a lot of inbound calls about this. Our infrastructure contractors are securing their sites. So if you see something that's not ready yet and you want to call it in, go ahead. But they have until the end of the day today to get those sites secure. Outbound contacts to every permit holder in the city for any private construction site have gone out today reminding them, secure your site, tarp over any dumpsters, that kind of stuff. If you're a homeowner, just as Colin and the mayor said, secure your properties, do it. I'm doing it at my own house. Your job is to make sure your family and your property are safe so they do not adversely impact our larger community. As the mayor said, we are all first responders, so please focus on doing what you need to do for your family. It'll help our community, and we'll do the rest for the government. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Colin.
Thank you so much. And now we're going to ask, Lauren, you want to come on? Thank you so much again.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I really just want to reiterate a lot of the things that have already been said. Most importantly, preparations need to be complete today. Tomorrow, the winds will be too dangerous to be out on the roads, to be traveling, to finish any preparations. So we need to have that done today, whether you're leaving or whether you're staying. It's also important to remember that while we've had very minor changes in the forecast over the last day or two, there's still a lot of time for changes. There is still time for this track to shift east. There is time for this storm to get stronger. There is time that these impacts become worse than we think right now. As the mayor said, this is not going to be a storm that weakens before landfall. This storm is going to be strengthening now, and it is going to strengthen all the way to landfall. So we just want to make sure that nobody is sitting at home thinking that that might occur, that in some areas we may get lucky. This will continue to strengthen. Everything that's already been said in terms of wind, hurricane force sustained winds are possible. This could cause rain as far as you can. We know with shotgun houses that's very difficult to do, but as close as you can get in and away from the windows. And that's also good for the peak wind as well. When you get into the peak wind, which will be Sunday afternoon and evening, stay away from windows, stay inside, stay as safe as you can. And that's really my final point. Just, it's going to be a dangerous storm. We're going to have impacts. We're going to have power outages. We'll likely see some flooding. Get your preparations done today and make a decision where you're going to do.
Lauren, can you add the weather post-storm?
Yes, thank you. I was going to add that. I appreciate it. Something to remember about the power outages, it is going to be very hot this week. We could see highs at 85 to 90 degrees and heat index values as high as 100 to 105 on some days. So if you're planning on staying and you don't have a generator, the power outages are going to be significant. And of course, generator safety. We lose people after storms to generator safety. Know how to use one safely. Check out NOLA Ready. They have so many good resources to help you out. But this is going to be a post-storm response as well, and we are going to have impacts after the storm.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
All right. Director Morris?
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, New Orleans. It's the moment, right? The mayor has told us what to do. We're recommending that you voluntarily evacuate the city, but if you cannot, I want to level set some expectations for individuals that are choosing to stay in our city. 911 is for life-threatening emergencies only. All right. For those that stay, you can expect to hold. Our call takers will go to level 2 staffing tonight at 7 p.m. But there's 22 seats in the center to answer calls, and we will answer them as quickly as possible. So those who are calling 911, I had a lot of calls yesterday to 911 asking questions. Where can I get sandbags? Where's the evacuation routes? Please, please, please do not dial 911 with those types of questions. If you need 311, you can call 311, of course, 24 hours a day. Visit our website at noaa.gov/311. You can also text 311 by texting hello to 311 yes. And a call taker or our system will answer the question just as if you had spoken to someone on the phone. Also, the high winds, once they reach a certain threshold, we will have to halt public safety responses on certain types of calls. So, of course, once the winds become dangerous for our public safety units and vehicles and personnel to be on the ground, we will still process your call through 911, but we will tell you at this moment we are unable to respond to the emergency. Of course, things are life-threatening. We try to get very creative. We look for moments, a 10-minute time period where sustained winds drop below that level where we can quickly launch a team to manage the emergency as we reported. But we will be figuring this out as it goes along. So again, if you're going to stay in New Orleans, 911 is for life-threatening emergencies only, and when the winds are high, the response may be altered, delayed, or stopped. Finally, as the mayor mentioned, the SPCA has indicated that they have shifted to post-storm operations, so they are unable to take any surrendered pets. That also means if you call us for an animal-related complaint, if it's not life-threatening, then it will have to wait till post-storm operations. Of course, if there's an immediate threat to life safety, we will manage that accordingly. But I want to level set an expectation. If you call us about an abandoned dog, those types of calls may have to wait unless it's posing a threat to life safety. And finally, when the water does start to rain, we say this every time: turn around, don't drown. We have coordinated our technology partners to post some information on Streetwise, which you all know very well. You can see flooded streets there. You can see barricaded streets. You can now see road closures that are closed due to debris. So that information will be available live at streetwise.noaa.gov. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Morris. And finally, we're going to hear from Colonel Bailey of Louisiana National Guard. Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm Colonel Bailey, Louisiana National Guard. The men and women of the Louisiana National Guard, your National Guard, are trained and ready to respond. We have 200 Guards members on the ground in New Orleans. Right now, it'll get to about 260 by close of business this evening by 5 p.m. Those assets include security, search and rescue assets, 8 high water vehicles, 6 boat teams. We have engineer assessment and work teams on call as well. In the immediate post-storm, they'll go out and begin to clear up and free rights of way to allow emergency services to function. We also have air assets on call if necessary to perform search and rescue. We're ready, we're here, we're going to protect what matters. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much, Colonel. All right. So thank you all again, and we'll turn now to questions. Ms. Allison. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Mayor, we've heard about the preparations, but what still concerns you in the face of what would be a devastating storm?
So what concerns me? One is just the overall safety of our residents, those who are making preparations and have already started to leave the city, making sure that they get to their destination safely, that they render patience and real care and concern to those that are providing them the service at the time. I think this has reminded us again, even as we've gone through the impacts of COVID, is that our people on the front line are those that we just depend on to go. If you're going to the grocery, if you're going to the gas station, you know, it's demonstrating how we really do need one another. So I care about those who are providing that service. I care about their ability to take care of their families as they provide that service. And of course, residents who are moving, you know, evacuating.
If I could follow up, we all know that there is an aged infrastructure system. Are you going to try to temper expectations if we get heavy rain?
Well, I think that that's something that we've been doing for the past 3.5 years now under my administration, focusing heavily on infrastructure, and that's one of the reasons it's been such a top priority, giving the inadequate infrastructure that we've had to live with for generations. But when Ramsey went down the list of the impacts and the infrastructure improvements that we have made in a very short period of time, but at the same time being able to see the positive impacts of those improvements. So we see the work working to our benefit, but at the same time we understand there's a lot more that needs to get done. But when I think about where we are now and faced with a hurricane coming, I am very confident in our levee protection system. That is something that we really didn't have 16 years ago that we do have now. Anything to add on that, Ramsey? Colin?
I'll add one thing
Okay.
there. Sabrina, I think it's a great question. You know, this is a different city than it was August 28th, 2005. in terms of infrastructure and safety. The HISDR system, which is the levee system, is an unprecedentedly powerful protection for this city. We have 3 lines of defense in this city: our coast, our wetlands, our levee system, and then our pumps, power, and the subsurface gray and green infrastructure that goes into that. And we are coordinated. You know, we're very frank. We're showing where our weaknesses are and where our vulnerabilities are. But I think when folks think and they look at their own personal decisions, I think they should be comfortable knowing that this is a very different protected city than it was 16 years ago, including great progress, that has been completed in the last 3.5 years. I mean, next hurricane season will be even more durable, with a more durable power array, delivering more durable power to the sewage and water board system. So I think from that perspective, we need to be comfortable. We need to know that we'll be in a much better place than we were 16 years ago. That said, if we have 10 to 20 inches of rain over an abbreviated period of time, we will see flooding. We don't know at this moment. We see 15 to 20 inches over 48 hours or less, and we can handle it depending on the event. Thanks, Mayor.
David Hammer, Channel 4.
I have a few specific issues I wanted to check on. One is on the point that Ramsey was just making. If you could explain a little bit more about the potential for overtopping of the levees on the West Bank and why that is a potential where it isn't on the East Bank. And then 2 other specific things. Homeless encampments under the bridges and the Duncan Plaza, there's a lot of tents and stuff that seem like they could be catch sale or whatever, create a sale. And then the industrial canal barges, we've seen issues with that a while back, but want to know if that's been assured that they've all been secured and moored properly.
Sure. What I'll do on the front end of that, David, I'll just touch on the homelessness encampments and the like. We have been in constant collaboration and cooperation with our homeless partners, Unity being one of them as our lead in the state of Louisiana. We have all of our shelters that can accommodate those who are on the street right now. We have done the thorough documentation, and the movement of these individuals is ongoing. So we feel very confident in our ability to have the capacity to accommodate our homeless individuals that are currently on the street. The good news there, David, is that we began to move our street homeless population on last week back into a hotel accommodation, something that we did when we were on the front of COVID-19. Now, this was also aligned with our response to COVID-19, being in the midst still of this pandemic. So the movement that happened starting last week was not for hurricane preparedness. It was because we have been working diligently to accommodate our residents that we know we still have on the street. However, because of the storm coming our way, we are accelerating those efforts with our shelters that we have in our city and our homeless providers that are connected with our regional partners, if that makes sense. What I will do now, I know you asked about the levees, particularly on the West Bank. I know we had the Corps, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers with us on yesterday speaking to this. We talked about that, and so we'll provide you with additional information. It's pretty much the same.
Let me help on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, David. So I got the question about the West Bank levee. Ask me the other one.
Industrial canal.
The industrial canal barges.
You got that? Okay, thanks, Colin. Corps came out last night, just to rehash. We came out with the Corps last night, and there was a discussion that there could be potential overtopping on West Bank levees. Why? At 4 p.m. yesterday, when NWS came out with their updated weather report, they're reporting essentially 10 to 15 inches of a coastal surge. That's a increase from whatever it was, the noon report. The levees on the West Bank, not the Mississippi River, the coastal levees are 10 to 12 feet. So I want you to imagine 10 to 15 prospected surge on the coastal levees, 10 to 12 foot levees down there. Overtopping is an incredibly different thing than a failure, anything like that. You have to remember, these levees are built armored, deep into the ground, safe. They are designed to protect us from most storms, and if a storm exceeds the design capacity of that levee, it is designed to withstand the amount of water and force of an overtopping event. So it would be a brief period of time with water going over the levee. And David, I think you're alluding to perhaps one of the barges during Hurricane Gustav. You may recall when Gustav occurred, there was splashing of water on the industrial canal over that. Imagine that. That is kind of what we're imagining, or higher. And Colin can take the port question as well. Sorry.
Thank you, Ramsey. Colin?
So as far as the barges, we were updated this morning. That's this entire area of the river and the industrial canal are part of a regulated navigation area by the captain of the port, United States Coast Guard Sector New Orleans. They have their plan in place right now. They're port condition, I believe, Yankee right now. That's kind of the process of getting everyone out. The only barges, ships, anything allowed to stay in this port after tonight are approved by the Coast Guard, both with engineering plans and maritime inspection done by the Coast Guard. That's also monitored, especially the industrial canals monitored by the Southeast Louisiana Flood Protection Authority East. They are also tracking this. So there shouldn't, anything left there is approved. Everything else should be out. I would also add that flood control structures such as the Lake-Borgne Surge Barrier and even the West Closure Complex on the West Bank, which is a much higher trigger for operation, are both going to be closed tonight as well. That's going to really limit anything coming into the port's essentially going to be closed at some point tonight. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you.
Allison?
Go ahead. Tim Craig with the Washington Post.
Hi, Mayor. You talked about this not being a post-storm focus. This goes on post-storm. What about during the storm for people who may need either assistance or shelter? Are there any temporary shelters, in the city for people who may encounter difficulties? And related to that, you called for a voluntary evacuation. Could you clarify, if you had known a couple of days ago that this was going to be a Category 3 or 4 storm, would you have been inclined to order a full mandatory evacuation and activate your full plan to get vulnerable people out of the city?
Sure. So the bottom line is that we never had the time. It was never on our side. So based on that 72-hour mark, we didn't have it. And so when we do not have it, we don't have the adequate time to provide or move forward with our citywide evacuation plan. In addition to that, it's having the time to have contraflow be in effect, which is not my decision solely, but it is in connection and in partnership with our governor as well as parish leadership across the state of Louisiana, in addition to our neighboring states. And so time wasn't on our side. It's not on our side, even as we think about a mass opening of a shelter and the like. We're in the midst of a pandemic. Our assets have been compromised in terms of meeting the needs. Our hospitals are at capacity as well. So the best thing that our people can do is to evacuate, and they need to be in their place that they're evacuating to by midnight tonight. That also includes shelters that the state has in place and the capacity in place to receive our residents who may need a place to shelter in the event that is a need for them. But as it relates to those remaining in our city, it is making sure that they have the necessary resources to shelter in place. That is what we're saying. This is not new for us. We've been here before, multiple times during last season, because the time wasn't on our side then as well. We will address these time issues with FEMA, and with our state and local leaders, but now We know time isn't on our side. We need to, one, shelter in place. We need to pivot. We are pivoting to a post-storm response so that we're able to meet the needs of our people in real time once this storm passes. That will be the best thing that we can do in response to the needs of our people.
And at the National Weather Service, could you just clarify, you mentioned that there's still a chance the storm could be stronger and farther east than what the forecast is now. Is there any chance that it could be strong enough where you would have more of a threat to the levee system than what you currently envision?
Well, right now our forecast is obviously based on the most up-to-date information that we have, and that's what I'll comment on, the 10 to 15 feet that was already mentioned by Ramsey. We have very good forecasters at the National Hurricane Center. My main point of saying that is just to remind people that even though the track is to the west, to remember that those winds could still expand, the storm could get a little bit stronger. With the current forecast, the storm would have to get extremely strong to make a huge change in the storm surge forecast. So we're pretty confident in those numbers. I think for me that comment was more about the wind radius and what kind of wind we would experience here in the city.
Lauren, could you just say your name?
It's Lauren Nash, Laurennash.
Thank you.
Our next question, Jessica Williams with the Times-Picayune.
Madam Mayor, I was wondering if you could detail the post-storm response. I know you talked a little bit about it yesterday, but can you tell us whether there's going to be an opportunity for people to get bused to certain areas, to those shelters that we talked about, if there's going to be food or provisions for them, where they're going? Talk a little bit about that.
Well, of course, as we learn more, we will do more. But in reference to some of the preliminary post-storm responses are the buses that I spoke about on yesterday, buses that have been made available through the state's contract and the promise of the governor that those buses and their coach buses will be staged appropriately, both in somewhere in the city as well as far as Lake Charles. We are requesting an additional set of coaches, I believe an additional 50, but that number may vary, but we're making those requests on today. And again, once we're able to thoroughly assess, we'll be able to define even more with the details about what our full response looks like. Of course, in terms of being able to shelter our folks post-storm, that is the convention center, is a place that we are working on now with the Louisiana National Guard in coordination with the state of Louisiana. That again is about post-storm, not pre-storm. No one should show up at the convention center right now. However, I'm sharing the information again because you asked me, Jessica, but I do not want I don't want people to think that they can show up at the convention center right now. So if you can and work with me to make sure that people are get the accurate information. But that is a place where we will be able to accept our people. I do have additional locations that have been scouted out, that have been pre-approved, but again, I don't want to get people misled right now. Right now, it's about getting to a safe place, being prepared, making sure by midnight tonight you are there. If you are voluntary evacuating, you need to be on that road or almost about to get on that road. That's what I want people to focus on right now.
Should you have more FEMA response? Where's FEMA here now yet?
Yes, FEMA's always, yes. FEMA is constantly embedded in our unified command structure when we're dealing with any form of disaster. The communications have been consistent and they have been thorough. But as FEMA said, no one should be looking for FEMA immediately, meaning post-storm. The 72 hours, as Colin mentioned earlier, that will be on our residents as it relates to that type of relief from FEMA. It's very important not to get our people confused about these things. Anything you need to get me straight on? Come on.
hallmark of any good plan, an all hazards plan, is adaptability. So Jessica, imagine city assisted evacuation if we could have done it, if the timeline would have been there. Utilizing transit to bring people to a location to move them out. Instead of doing it pre-storm, we're adapting and we're going to do it post-storm. We'll have food, we'll have water, we'll have those things necessary. However, you know, this is heavily reliant on what happens with the storm. It's heavily reliant on, you know, a lot of different variables, but it will be set up, if necessary, to move people out. And Madam Mayor mentioned the location potentially, but we could pivot and have to move to another location. It's just, it all depends on the situation on the ground, and that's these things with these hurricanes, everything's variable, you know. The only thing that's not variable right now is the timeline, essentially, and not by much. And so that's what our focus is right now, is on getting people in the mode to either leave or to really hunker down, provide for themselves for a day or two, and then we'll move on from there. And to address FEMA, they probably have a closer relationship than they sometimes want to with the city of New Orleans because of our history. You know, we actually have a very good relationship both with Region 6 and with FEMA headquarters. They have liaisons that we've had actually for several storms in the past upstairs right now. And it's a good relationship. I mean, they do what they can for us. And so.
But I guess one question is if you have somebody who's living somewhere where they feel highly vulnerable to the storm, they feel like they could be in danger, should there be resources available for them to get out of the city safely now, like somebody who has a car and has the will and the money to do it? And could FEMA have been more helpful in doing that, even though we all know the span of the storm is relatively short?
I don't know if that necessarily directly goes to FEMA, but what I can say is for this storm, at this point, sheltering in place is as an option for riding out this storm, and then we'll address what we have to deal with after that.
Last question from Sylvia Gomez.
Just a question. Do we know, I know the time is of the essence, but do we know what time are we expecting landfall? And also, do we know if it's like a slow moving storm? How long is the bad weather?
Sure. You know, the reason we've been talking a lot about preparations today is that, as we know with hurricanes, wind speeds ramp up. So the peak wind speeds will be around landfall, which will be Sunday evening, late Sunday afternoon, early Sunday evening, but it will be dangerous before then on Sunday. In terms of timeline, it will, you know, it'll be probably a slower moving storm. It's going to take till early Monday morning to get those strong winds out of the area, which is also going to contribute to the really high rainfall rates that we're going to see.
Fast moving. Telling you. Allison, we're good? Okay. Yes, true. All right, thank you all very much for your time, and we will continue to keep you updated as needed. And you are one of the most important resources to our residents at this time, and I'm talking about you as media, and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I help you with that?
Yeah, Barry. Tim, I was,
Well, tonight we are hearing from many of you after Governor Ron DeSantis' ban on mask mandates was blocked by a Florida judge this afternoon. Fox 4's Calvin Lewis is live in studio tonight to show us how some people in our area, Calvin, are reacting to this decision.
Yeah, Shari, Governor Ron DeSantis' order gave parents the sole right to decide if their child wears a mask at school and threatened to withhold funding to districts that imposed bans. But today, a Florida judge called this move unconstitutional, and I spoke with parents with children in the Lee County School District to see how they feel about this decision.
We had a hard time understanding why there was a mask mandate to begin with, when the CDC itself is recommending this for the safety of our children.
It's been a hot button issue since before the start of the new school year. To mask or not to mask. Now that Governor DeSantis' ban is on hold, some school boards may choose to impose a mask mandate.
I feel like this issue has been politicized, not just in Lee County, but entirely around the state. We are just concerned parents who want our children to be safe. We want our children to have a safe environment. And the CDC is recommending masks are ways to keep our children safe.
Efforts have included sending emails to school board members as well as voicing concerns at school board meetings. Some are questioning the school district's policies when it comes to other health matters, which cite the CDC.
The Lee County School Board uses these science experts in other things. The HIV/AIDS policy for the Lee County School Board District mentions and uses CDC guidelines and guidelines from the American Academy of Pediatricians. So why aren't we using CDC and American Academy of Pediatricians in a pandemic to protect our children?
During the last Lee County School Board meeting just last week, a mask mandate failed to pass, with some school board members citing the governor's ban as their reason for fear of losing school funding. But that could soon change.
They wanted to vote a certain way, but they were only hearing one side, and that they felt that their hands were tied, because of Governor DeSantis' mandate.
It's yet to be seen how school districts will respond to the new ruling. Lee County schools have already responded to Fox 4, saying they will be holding a special meeting this Monday night. But before that meeting, a rally will be taking place at 4:15 to show support for taking protective measures in schools.
We're continuing our efforts to contact the school board and reassure them that they would be making the right choice by protecting our children.
I don't want to be divided. We all care about our kids. Not sure how we get there, but at least put the kids first and the science first in a school system.
Now, the governor's office did say that the judge's decision was not based on the law and it will appeal. As for Monday's meeting, Fox 4 will be there to bring you any new updates as we get them. Shari?
Calvin, thank you. Tonight, we are keeping an eye on COVID cases in local school districts. 10 days into the school year, Collier County Public Schools says it's seen more than 500 cases. According to the district's dashboard, faculty and staff account for 61 of those cases. Data shows it took 4 months to get to that number of cases last year. A spokesperson with Collier County Schools tells Fox 4 the judge's ruling could be discussed at an upcoming school board meeting.
985-2574, 985-898-2574. That information, or that contact information, is to be used after the storm to report damages to homes, so that we can get an accurate count on damages, and but also report to your own insurance agents as well. I'm going to save the following remarks until closing. At this time, I'm going to ask others to join me in addressing our citizens regarding Hurricane Ida. And I'll start with Council Chair Mike Lorino.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to say that for the citizens, we will have council administrator. She'll be in the EOC to receive calls from the councilman and take care of some of the problems. So please just pass your fax or email your councilman in district, and we can get that information sent right to the proper people to take care of whatever needs to be. I just want to also remind the residents that, and I know they know, Mandeville, Madisonville, we will be experiencing some high tide and some flooding, and so we just need to be careful with driving around. So I just want to say stay safe, and we have the best first responders. I know they'll be ready to go, and we'll just have to get through this and move forward. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Captain Brady.
Good afternoon. The St. Anthony Parish Sheriff's Office made all preparations that can be made at this time. We're encouraging those who live in low-lying areas that are prone to flooding to heed the parish's recommendations regarding evacuations. I want to reiterate to the parish that we will be running shifts tomorrow beginning at 6 a.m. that will double manpower throughout the parish for deputies on patrol. In addition, we will have search and rescue personnel doing the same. These operations will run 24/7 until further. At some point during the storm, it's going to be impossible for us to respond to calls and requests due to the dangers, due to high winds and whatnot. We want to assure the parish that as soon as those winds and those dangerous conditions die down, that we will respond. After the storm passes, please refrain, like the parish president said, from sightseeing. In addition to posing dangers to with regards to down power lines and pushing wakes into homes, it also tends to impede our operations with regard to search and rescue, so please avoid sightseeing. As always, we'll continue to work with our local PDs, fire departments, and parish government partners to ensure swift rescue, law enforcement operations, and so forth to the citizens during this storm. Please continue to look at our social media sites for updates as they become available. And as before, if you have a non-emergency that you need to report to the Sheriff's Office, the phone number for our non-emergency line is 985-898-2340, or you can dial 911 if you have an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Prober.
Thank you, President Cooper. Thank you for including us in your press conference today. We have enacted our hurricane incident plan in the city of Slidell. Started that on Wednesday. We have been actively engaged in cleaning catch basins, cleaning ditches, all choke points in our canals, and whatever we need to do to assure that our drainage system is intact and flowing properly. We're well prepared for this storm. This incident management plan that we have in place is something that we practiced 6 times last year, so we're very well versed at this. We feel very confident that we're prepared at this time. Our citizens have been through this. They've been through the practice drills last year with the 6-7 named storms. We're very confident in their abilities to protect themselves and prepare themselves. We ask one thing of them, that they help us help them by, if there's a catch basin in front of their homes or near their homes, to go out and check it tomorrow evening before things start to deteriorate, and make sure that it's clean, it's clear, and that the water will be able to flow and get out of their properties, get out of their roads, and properly into the drainage system. We have Slidell PD with us today. We got Fire District 1 with us also today. We are all embedded together, and we have representatives in the EOC here with the parish, and stand ready to assure that our citizens are taken care of throughout this event. We're very confident that they know how to take care of themselves, and want them to know that we are well prepared and stand ready to respond to any emergency situation that they may have throughout this storm event. Continue your prep activities, finish those up today as much as possible. Hunker down tomorrow, get ready for some power outages, and be prepared for the next couple of days. We'll be there if you need us. Just let us know. Parish will be here to support us through their EOC and through our contacts in the EOC. So again, President Cooper, thank you so much for the invitation to be here, and City of Slidell is well prepared and ready to go for whatever we have coming at us.
Thank you, Mayor Cromer. Chief?
Not much to add to that other than the citizens of Slidell, the neighborhoods know which ones are prone to flooding, so expect that to begin tomorrow around noon tomorrow. The peak winds tomorrow start about 6 o'clock in the evening. So with that said, we're expecting tropical storms, sustained tropical storm winds beginning about 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. That's going to be for a couple of hours. Once that starts, our guys are going to be hunkered down somewhere taking shelter for themselves. So please don't start sightseeing tomorrow evening or into Monday morning. We're going to have these neighborhoods shut down. You're not going to be able to get in and out of them. So just pay attention and stay aware of the weather service. This has been a rapidly changing storm with intensity. However, the track has been pretty steady. So as long as it stays like this, we're not expecting that much of a problem as far as we're used to it. We saw it several times last year. In this one tomorrow, we're expecting a lot of power outages, so be prepared for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, President Cooper. Chris Kaufman, Fire District 1, also President of the Chiefs Association here in St. Tammany. On behalf of the association, all fire departments are at a ready state today. They'll be fully staffed by 6 a.m. tomorrow. Some of the fire departments in St. Tammany have started ramping up staffing as we speak. All of this staffing will be placed on frontline units as well as high water vehicles, boat units, all of our special operations equipment. We've been in touch with the Sheriff's Office, as Captain Brady has said, Chief Vandal in Slidell. We're working closely with law enforcement so that we don't not duplicate our efforts. We want to work together for the efficiency of our citizens. Without having a mandatory evacuation, most people have sheltered in place. President Cooper, you mentioned the generators. I want to reiterate the generators because they were the biggest problem we had in the past year when it comes to storms. So make sure you use your generator properly, it's hooked up properly. Watch you don't backfeed it to your residents, and if you have any arcing on your residence or any of your extension cords, turn the generator off or turn the main breaker off on your home. If you leave your home, turn the main breaker off. That's less we will have to do as first responders going forward. We're not sure of the level of water, where we'll be inundated and to what level, because it's changing as we speak, but we are prepared for whatever happens here in St. Tammany Parish. We have a Acadian ambulance embedded with us in Slidell and other parts of our parish for the fire departments that don't transport. Our staffing in our dispatch center at our 911 center in Lacombe has been increased to carry on the additional 911 calls we're expecting to have starting tonight. I want everyone just to be precautious. We want you to stay sheltered in place, let the storm pass. I can tell you we will be deploying some drones as weather permitting. We will put some drone videos out pre-storm and after storm so that people can see what's happening. As Chief Vandal stated, we don't want you riding the streets. We want to be able to get out and do our job. So Again, take all precautions, stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Mayor Madden?
Thanks to President Cooper for including the city of Mandeville in this press conference. Lake Pontchartrain storm surge is expected to be between 4 and 7 feet at this point in time. Mandeville could experience hurricane winds between 74 and 110 miles per hour. Please make sure your property and your construction sites are secure. Mandeville City staff has been throughout the city enforcing and inspecting construction sites for safety both yesterday and today. Based on the advice of my Mandeville emergency response team, I am calling for a voluntary evacuation for south of Monroe Street in Old Mandeville starting now. I want to remind everybody, if we experience sustained winds of higher than 39 miles per hour, emergency services such as police, fire, and ambulance will cease. I am also imposing a curfew in Mandeville beginning at midnight tonight. Please stay off the streets unless it is absolutely in an absolute emergency. Please do not go to the Mandeville lakefront. We are not tolerating storm tourism during Hurricane Ida event. If you are at the Mandeville lakefront after midnight tonight and you do not live in the vicinity, you will be experiencing Hurricane Ida from the clink. We are not tolerating hurricane tourism in Mandeville anymore. We have created an email address for Hurricane Ida in Mandeville. The email address is hurricaneida@cityofmandeville.com. That's hurricaneida@cityofmandeville.com. Please send all reports of damage and other emergency requests to this email address. And I just want to encourage everybody, take pictures of your home before the storm so that you have those readily available. Take pictures of your home before the storm. Today is my 1-year anniversary as mayor of Mandeville. It's a pleasure to serve the citizens of Mandeville. My personal cell phone number is 985-630-8578. 985-630-8578. My public works and police department are fully prepared for this. And God bless everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Johnson?
Thank you, President Cooper. Appreciate the opportunity to be here on behalf of the City of Covington. The residents of Covington should know that the city is well prepared for the storm. Today, our firefighters are doing well checks on our most vulnerable residents. Post-storm, after attending to their emergency duties, they will again check on these folks. This is a good thing. As of this evening, our police department will be patrolling the city in double shifts. The excellent news here is that the department is fully staffed for the first time in memory. I'd encourage our citizens to download the TIP 411 Covington PD app. That's TIP 411 Covington PD, and any text messages will go directly to the shift supervisors of the police department. The unsung heroes of storm events are the folks in public works. They were sent home yesterday at noon so that they might secure their homes and secure their families. They will return tomorrow morning to make last-minute preparations for the storm. Once wind speeds exceed 39 miles per hour, essential public works workers will hunker down at City Hall. When wind speeds decrease to below 40, they will begin assessing damage and assisting with the cleanup. I would also like to remind our residents that Covington streets are a no-wake zone. It's been mentioned previously, it's very important. Just because you can drive rapidly through a flooded street doesn't mean you should drive rapidly through a flooded street. The ripples and the wakes can be damaging to both homes and businesses. I'd like to thank those residents that have adopted a catch basin or a culvert. Helping keep these drainage features clean is an important component of our gravity drainage district system. As always, you can contact me at mayormark@covla.com, mayormark@covla.com with any concern that you might have. Again, thank you, President Cooper.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Wyndham, would you like to say anything on behalf of Fire District 4?
Sure. On
behalf of Fire District 4, we are ready for Hurricane Ida. All of our specialty rescue equipment has been placed in strategic locations throughout the district so that we can better serve our citizens. As Chief Kaufman stated, tomorrow at 7 a.m. we'll begin our operational period where we will be double staffed with 2 shifts at a time. After the electricity goes out, don't use your generator inside of your garage because the risk of carbon monoxide is very, very high. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Clarence.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. So we're continuing our operation. First, I'd like to thank all of our first responders. All of our first responders, all our municipalities, and everyone across the parish is doing so much in response to this storm. We could not do it without you. With that being said, we got a lot of different things that we're doing. We're still moving forward. We are not letting our guard down. At 7 p.m. this afternoon, the Emergency Operations Center will activate, and it will have all of those stakeholders in there. We're still coordinating with all of our local, our regional, our state, and our federal partners also to ensure that we continue to have those resources that's needed here in the parish. And for the citizens, I know that people keep asking about shelters, and we will open up shelters at 4 o'clock this afternoon. We're opening up, I have 2 shelters identified here in the parish. One on the east side of the parish, which is Creekside Junior High, in Pearl River. That would be a general population shelter, and that would also be an electrically dependent shelter. Now let me just talk about the electrically dependent shelter because it's limited. In order for you to be admitted into that shelter, you have to meet the criteria. The number 1 criteria is you have to require electricity to sustain life. On the west side of the parish, we're opening up Lee Road Junior High School. We're opening it up as a general population shelter. These are shelters of last resort. Remember, with these shelters, you have to be able to sustain yourself. Bring enough water to last you for at least the next 48 hours. Also food. And remember, there's no alcohol allowed in the shelters at all. So we're here, we'll continue the ELC. Like I say, the ELC is activated right now at a partial level. It will activate fully at 7 p.m. and we'll be here for the duration going into post-storm. And even after the storm, when we go into recovery, it's so important that you report your damages. We want to know what they are, because as soon as the hatch is open, we want to know where we need to go. The damage assessment teams will deploy out to make sure that we are covering everything across the entire parish so we can get that up to the state. Other than that, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Clarence. Well, I think our citizens will note that our parish, our municipalities, our local governments are well prepared to serve you during this emergency, and we thank them for that. We also want to thank all of our law enforcement agencies that are represented here today, our fire departments, our emergency responders, our healthcare personnel, and also want to thank St. Tammany Parish government, Team Tammany, and all of our departments as they work to prepare for preparing our parish, preparing our response for Hurricane Ida. Each and every department has a role in getting us prepared. And I urge our citizens to be prepared, because we're prepared to serve you, and again, we ask for you to be prepared as well. I also spoke with Mayor Pelot of Madisonville yesterday, and he is preparing his town to serve as well and coordinates with us. I also spoke to Mayor Talley in Sun yesterday afternoon as well. So we've been in touch with all of our municipalities and our local legislative delegation. And earlier I spoke with Congressman Scalise, who has a direct line to FEMA, and he has indicated that they are here to support us now and immediately after the storm. So I'll open it this time for any questions. From Sarah?
About the shelters. Is Lyon Elementary also going to be open? And is it a pet-friendly shelter? And also, will there be bedding provided for people who need to bring sleeping bags, etc.?
Well, to answer your first question, we are opening up Lions. The reason we open up Lions because our essential personnel that we are making to come to work and our EOC liaisons, then we have to shelter them and they have to take care of the pets. So it is classified as a pet-friendly shelter.
But is it just for first responders?
It's for first responders, and it's for our essential personnel and our EOC liaisons is here in the EOC.
Is that also true of Fontainebleau for first responders?
Fontainebleau is strictly for first responders themselves. There's no pets are there at all. For as any type of bedding or linen, you have to bring your own. All shelters, you have to self-sustain yourself.
Yeah, I think the reason only 2 shelters were mentioned because those are the ones for general population.
There have been a lot of people still asking, should they get out at the last minute? Is there anyone, depending on their circumstances or what part of the parish they live, maybe including Old Mandeville, that should get out right now that you would suggest?
Right. The question is, should there be still evacuation? We know that we have low-lying areas between Slidell and Gust Island and Madisonville, all along Lake Pontchartrain. If it's not too late, we know that, and people feel that they need to leave, because we've only had a short window knowing that a storm such as this would be headed our way. But I would urge citizens to, if they have to leave now and not to wait much longer. As I said earlier, our highways are heavy right now, the interstate system and our local roadways as well.
Is anyone else considering a curfew besides the city of Mandeville?
Is anybody else considering a curfew? I would think that as the storm progresses, after the impact of the storm, there may be considerations at that time. I don't know if the sheriff's office or us as parish government has instituted that at this time.
How long should people prepare to be without power?
The question is, how long should people be prepared to be without power? That depends on how strong the storm is. I would say it would be several days for some. Some may be sooner than others, but I would think that our citizens need to be prepared for 3 days, 4 days, maybe a week, depending on the impact of the storm and the amount of trees that are down, and which affects, of course, down power lines.
For anyone else still trying to get out, do you have any suggestions as to which way they should go? Maybe should they go west, east?
Well, I would think that east and west, many are moving east and west. This morning, those that were going north, I understand Interstate 59, Interstate 55 was not heavily impacted. I'm not sure how it is now. I believe what's happening, those that are evacuating from the south are taking I-10 west to Baton Rouge and then going west, and those that are taking I-10 twin span, once they get to Slidell, they're either going north or east. So they'll just have to check their, Waze? Check Waze or some of the other features or apps with regard to traffic. We will probably have another update tomorrow, maybe tomorrow morning if we have further information, probably here at the EOC. It may be difficult to get everybody gathered, but we'll certainly have an update for our citizens so that knowing that the storm would be approaching later tomorrow evening, we'd like to have at least one more live update for our citizens. And if you have anything to offer to us, please do. Are there any other questions? Again, I want to thank those who represented us today. from the municipalities and law enforcement, fire districts, and other jurisdictions. Thank you for being here and providing this helpful information to our citizens. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, right now we're finishing up a live look at the St. Tammany officials, parish officials, giving us an update on what's happening in that area as, of course, we brace for Hurricane Ida. You heard from St. Tammany Parish President Mike Cooper. I believe the city of Covington's mayor was there, Mark Johnson, along with the mayor of Mandeville, Clay Madden. They hit on some important points that we've heard before, but one thing they did mention, I know that they have a lot of what we like to call hurricane tourism, people wanting to see kind of what it looks like before, leading up to it, what it looks like after. Right now, they're asking people not to do that. They said there will be drone video pre-storm and after the storm so that you can look at the area. Of course, for insurance purposes, they're telling everyone to take pictures of your home so that, of course, if there is any damage, we're hoping there isn't, if there is any damage, then you can have it easier for the insurance claims adjuster. Also, they're asking people that you be careful. There is more traffic in the area. We'll get to that traffic cam right now. And when we say more traffic, we're not joking here. Take a look at this. This is bumper to bumper right now on I-10 along the spillway. Everyone trying to really get out. Not many people coming into the city. The mayor of Mandeville even, and we have our reporter there, Erica Ferrando, she was tweeting this out, so I saw this, and follow her on Twitter for some updates in that area. There was a voluntary evacuation that we did mention south of Monroe Street in Mandeville. Curfew in Mandeville begins tonight at midnight, and they're asking everyone not to go to the Mandeville lakefront. No storm tourism. If you are there after midnight, and this is according to the mayor of Mandeville, Clay Madden, and you don't live there, you will be arrested. In Hurricane Ida, Mandeville is there is an emergency line if you have any damage or reports of damage or any emergency requests. So listen to this. That email address is hurricaneida@cityofmandeville.com. So that's any reports of damage, any emergency requests that you might have. They have an email address that has been set up. Even Clay Madden giving us personal cell phone number for people to give him a call. We also heard from the city of Covington. We also heard from other officials in St. Tammany who say not to use your generator. This is something we've heard from Governor Edwards as well. Everyone here attempting to purchase generators. We know when Hurricane Laura hit, this was something that was dangerous for a lot of people using those generators indoors. We're telling a lot of people not to use the generators indoors. Don't use them inside of your garage. They have to be used outside, or you will have the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. That's very, very high because, of course, obviously it's odorless, so you don't know when you're in that situation. So again, that traffic camera right now, that was the twin span. Excuse me, earlier I told you it was something else. So much information going on. I don't know what I told you it was, but it is the twin span, and there is a lot of traffic that's headed out of town. And you saw the camera shaking there. The winds are starting to pick up, so we're inching closer and closer to this. So we're tracking updates from across the region as Hurricane Ida approaches. Here's Devin Bartolotta with some things that you need to know.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Devin Bartolotta with some quick things you may need to know as we await Hurricane Ida. The Flood Protection Authority will be closing 51 gates along waterways today, in addition to 51 closed earlier this week. Gates across railways are being closed now, and gates along Lakeshore Drive and highways 90 and 11 will be closed at 8 tonight. Parking restrictions in the city of New Orleans lifted at noon today. You can now park on neutral grounds. Just be sure do not block intersections, bike paths, or streetcar tracks. And 3 shelters of last resort are opening at 4 p.m. today for the public in St. Tammany Parish. This is a map of them here. They include Creekside Junior High, Lee Road Junior High, and Lyon Elementary, which is a pet-friendly shelter. Remember, you can get more updates along with live interactive radar on our WWL TV app. Just search WWL TV in your app store, and it is free to download. Sharice?
Devin, thanks so much. And again, follow Devin Bartolotta on Twitter as well. A lot of our team are tweeting out very valuable, very good information. I'm following them as well. Make sure you do that on Twitter. A lot of our information going there, and download the WWL TV app as well. Well, St. John Parish is on the coast, but they can still see plenty of flooding when tropical weather moves through southeast Louisiana. So joining us now to discuss how preparations are going in St. John is Parish President Jacqueline Hotard. President Hotard, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
We just showed our traffic camera, a lot of people kind of getting out of town. Are you seeing any of your residents start to evacuate?
We have seen the traffic, get a little heavy on airline. Many of our residents are evacuating, so we have noticed that all throughout the day. The traffic has been pretty heavy on airline westbound.
So I know that we mentioned earlier that the airline was probably the best way for a lot of people, and I know that we tried to get people out of town a day before, but there are so many circumstances that can prevent that. So a lot of people just starting to find places to go. What preparations are being made right now for your parish?
Currently, my parish administration and all of our emergency managers are in the Emergency Operations Center. We're monitoring and preparing for Hurricane Ida. We've called for a voluntary evacuation for Pleasure Bend and all of our low-lying areas north of I-10 in LaPlace, Peavine, and Manchac area. The parish will also be opening a shelter at 6 p.m. today at Emily C. Watkins School. That's at 938 LA 628 in LaPlace. It's Emily C. Watkins School. The shelter will open at 6 p.m. this afternoon, and we will keep that shelter open throughout the duration of the storm for our residents who may feel more comfortable riding out the storm in a more secured building. If you're in a structure that may not be able to withstand a tropical storm or hurricane force wind, we encourage residents to take advantage of that resource. And you can also bring your pets there. It is pet friendly. Right now, all of our government offices will be closed on Monday. In addition, all of our public, private, and Catholic schools are closed on Monday as well, and we will reevaluate that Monday afternoon. And I would encourage all of our residents to please stay connected to our website at sjbparish.gov, our government access channel on channel 15, and our Facebook and Instagram. And another thing, if you would like to receive emergency weather alerts directly to your phone, please text SJP weather to 888-777.
All right. Well, you have all of that new information that we're just getting here on Eyewitness News. Any big concerns for the parish that you're worried about right now? We know that we have some people probably leaving their homes, going into a stronger shelter. Anything else?
And while you've been preparing, so has the state, so has local government, and we have certainly had assistance from our federal partners. And I'll just give you some updates from state agencies at this time. I can tell you that the Department of Transportation has waived the hours of service for truckers responding to hurricane interstate if New Orleans area and multiple vehicle staging areas. The vast majority of these resources will be focused on southeast Louisiana. We also have 19 paratransit buses, and they've already been assisting in the evacuation of a number of nursing homes. We will have another 37, 38, according to this, report. For just the second time in the history of the hurricane risk reduction system in New Orleans, we will fully activate that system tomorrow morning. Coastal parishes across southeast Louisiana have been working extremely hard to shore up certain areas in their protection systems. For example, Terrebonne Parish is performing super SAC operations to shore up low-lying areas in Lower DeLarge. Lafourche Parish completed sandbag operations to shore up low areas on Reach K of its system in the Morganza to the Gulf levees. The National Guard currently has 4,013 National Guard soldiers and airmen activated in support of emergency operations. We will get to more than 5,000 guardsmen available to respond to the storm. And in fact, the entirety of the Louisiana National Guard has been activated, and coordination for possible assistance with sister states for assets that we may not have or may not have enough of them in Louisiana is ongoing. But just in terms of the National Guard, their search and rescue assets are staged currently across 14 parishes. They have 164 high water vehicles, 62 boats, and 34 helicopters ready to support and assist in search and rescue operations. 650 state, EMAC, and FEMA USAR personnel. Now, EMAC, that's when we request assistance from another state. FEMA is when we receive, obviously, search and rescue individuals directly from the federal government. We have a total of 650 of these that will be in place by tonight. And the number of boats there just with the Louisiana Fire Marshal's Office, for example, is 150 that are staged across South Louisiana. to 898-211 or call 211. If you can stay with friends or family outside of your check on your elderly neighbors. Call your elderly relatives. If you've got special needs individuals, who live around you, make sure you take a little check on them. As well. So with that, I'll take questions. I'll remind. I'll say we intend to do a press conference again tomorrow at about 2 o'clock. We'll let you know if that changes. So we'll take some questions now, and you can feel free to address your questions to me or to any of these individuals who are here. Anything? Okay. Well, we will be back at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Unless something changes, we'll certainly let you know. I don't need to drink this water, I don't think. But thank you all very much for continuing to cover this. And the work that the media will do over the next however many days will be incredibly important to keep people informed and to keep them safe. So I appreciate the work that you all do as well. So thank you all, and God bless.
The more secure you'll feel. But
all right, you're watching or just finished watching Governor John Bel Edwards give us an update on how the state, across the state, is preparing for the arrival of Hurricane Ida. One of the things he did mention that I took down here, there are more than 4,000 National Guardsmen that are in the area, and they said they want to get up to 5,000 National Guardsmen. Also talked about more than 10,000 linemen as well. We know that power outages is something that we are expressed should be an issue in this area, not only in this area, but all of South Louisiana as well. Speaking of that, at the present time, they said they have 137 coach buses that are spread out across Louisiana. Of course, he said with the resources focusing on South and Southeast Louisiana as well, because we know that this is where some of the heavier parts of the storm is going to hit. He also gave us a quick update on COVID numbers. Typically, we don't give the COVID numbers on Saturday, but he said there are now 2,450 patients that are hospitalized with COVID-19 across the state. And right now, that's from what he mentioned, a 20% drop in the last 10 days. So, which is good news. Hopefully, we don't have people that are injured that have to go to the hospital, but we don't know if that's necessarily if this means this is getting better for our state. But he said that number, though, the number of people that are in the hospital, that is still seen as a higher number. We still want to get that back down lower. But obviously, right now, the main focus is getting people out and getting people safe as Hurricane Ida approaches. One of the ways that crews are doing that, they're clearing out catch basins here in New Orleans today. There's still time to check the ones that are on your block. Just get any debris that you see out of the way so they can drain well when the rain arrives. So, of course, we know sometimes dirt gets stuck in there and trash, but make sure you clean it out the best way you can. And we heard the governor earlier say thank you to those who have adopted a catch basin. Now, there will be no mandatory evacuations from New Orleans. We've heard that. Mayor LaToya Cantrell says there just wasn't enough time to make it happen. That window closed. That means the contraflow system cannot be used. Time is running out if you are planning to leave. We've been showing you that traffic camera. A lot of you leaving right now. New Orleans officials just updated the response plans. Here's what they had to say a short time ago.
What we know is today, right now, everyone has to make a decision to leave voluntarily, which I'm recommending, do that. Prepare yourselves. If you're going to leave, you need to do that now. We need to make sure that you are in a safe place, everyone, whether you're going to leave voluntarily or stay on site, hunkered down, wherever that is. Hopefully that's your home in our city, but in a safe space if you're staying. You need to be prepared for damaging wind, power outages, heavy rain, tornadoes. What I am told is that this storm in no way will be weakening. There will be, and there are no signs, again, that this storm will weaken. And there's always an opportunity for the storm to strengthen. As you know, this continues to remain a very fluid situation. And we know, again, that time is not on our side. It's rapidly, it's growing, it's intensifying. And so that is, again, if you are voluntarily evacuating our city, now is the time to leave. You need to do so immediately. If you're planning to ride it out, again, make sure that you're able to hunker down, you have your supplies in hand so that you're able to respond post-storm. And we, the city, we are preparing for a post-storm response. Given the time of this, it has pivoted us to focusing specifically on post-storm response. We are, however, paying very close attention to and in direct communication with our residents that are on our special needs registry, but those with severe medical conditions. We know who they are. It's an average of up to 100 people. They will continue to be our priority as a city when it comes to today, but also when we think about post-storm. But we have our hands, we want our hands on them, and of course, direct communication with these individuals pre-storm as well. I want you to know that that is absolutely happening. Look, this is our time, your time, to prepare yourselves now. This is it. Check on your neighbors, check on your friends, of course, your family. Assist them where needed. If you see something, say something, because we want to ensure that we collectively are able to respond to the needs of our people. And what we learned, particularly during Katrina, first responders, we are first responders, all of us, our neighbors, we're all first responders. And so right now, it's about taking care of one another, not only coaching folks, to make the best preparations for themselves and for their families. In addition to pets, that has been something that the Louisiana SPCA, yesterday they had a large amount of residents bringing pets. Please do not do that. They're at full capacity. They can no longer accept, and they have also shifted to a post-storm direction in terms of how they will deal with pets. It's not now pre-storm, it's shifted to post-storm. So what concerns me? One is just the overall safety of our residents, those who are making preparations and have already started to leave the city, making sure that they get to their destination safely, that they render patience and real care and concern to those that are providing them the service at the time. I think this has reminded us again, even as we've gone through the impacts of COVID, is that our people on the front line are those that we just depend on to go. If you're going to the grocery, if you're going to the gas station, it's demonstrating how we really do need one another. So I care about those who are providing that service. I care about their ability to take care of their families as they provide that service. And of course, residents who are moving, evacuating. But when I think about where we are now and faced with a hurricane coming, I am very confident in our levee protection system. That is something that we really didn't have 16 years ago that we do have now. We have been in constant collaboration and cooperation with our homeless partners, Unity being one of them as our lead in the state of Louisiana. We have all of our shelters that can accommodate those who are on the street right now. We have done the thorough documentation, and the movement of these individuals is ongoing. So we feel very confident in our ability to have the capacity to accommodate are homeless individuals that are currently on the street. The good news there, David, is that we began to move our street homeless population on last week back into a hotel accommodation, something that we did when we were on the front of COVID-19. Now, this was also aligned with our response to COVID-19 being in the midst still of this pandemic. So the movement that happened starting last week was not for hurricane preparedness. It was because we have been working diligently to accommodate our residents that we know we still have on the street. However, because of the storm coming our way, we are accelerating those efforts with our shelters that we have in our city and our homeless providers that are connected with our regional partners, if that makes sense. So the bottom line is that we never had the time. It was never on our side. So based on that 72-hour mark, we didn't have it. And so when we do not have it, we don't have the adequate time to provide or move forward with our citywide evacuation plan. In addition to that, it's having the time to have contraflow be in effect, which is not my decision solely, but it is in connection and in partnership with our governor as well as parish leadership across the state of Louisiana, in addition to our neighboring states. And so time wasn't on our side. It's not on our side. Even as we think about a mass opening of a shelter and the like, we're in the midst of a pandemic. Our assets have been compromised in terms of meeting the needs. Our hospitals are at capacity as well. So the best thing that our people can do is to evacuate, and they need to be in their place that they're evacuating to by midnight tonight. That also includes shelters that the state has in place and the capacity in place to receive our residents who may need a place to shelter in the event that is a need for them. But as it relates to those remaining in our city, it is making sure that they have the necessary resources to shelter in place. That is what we're saying. This is not new for us. We've been here before, multiple times during last season, because the time wasn't on our side then as well. We will address these time issues with FEMA, and with our state and local leaders, but now we know time isn't on our side. We need to, one, shelter in place. We need to pivot. We are pivoting to a post-storm response so that we're able to meet the needs of our people in real time once this storm passes. That will be the best thing that we can do in response to the needs of our people. Some of the preliminary post-storm responses are the buses that I spoke about on yesterday, buses that have been made available through the state's contract and the promise of the governor that those buses and their coach buses will be staged appropriately, both in somewhere in the city as well as far as Lake Charles. We are requesting an additional set of coaches, I believe an additional 50, but that number may vary, but we're making those requests on today. And again, once we're able to thoroughly assess, we'll be able to define even more with the details about what our full response looks like. course, in terms of being able to shelter our folks post-storm, that is the Convention Center, is a place that we are working on now with the Louisiana National Guard in coordination with the state of Louisiana. That, again, is about post-storm, not pre-storm. No one should show up at the Convention Center right now.
All right, that was Mayor Cantrell earlier today. That live picture that we've been showing you, this is what you're looking at right now. This is our live mobile forecast center. This is the drive through I-10 East, in the east, in New Orleans East right now. Looks like they're about to hit Crowder in a second. But you can see it's bumper to bumper moving very, very slow. A lot of people heeding to those warnings of a voluntary evacuation, trying to get out of town. Our chief meteorologist, Chris Franklin, yesterday mentioned on Friday, you know, if you wanted to avoid this, yesterday might have been the day to go. But we know that that's not always the best scenario, the best case for a lot of people. We're in different situations. And so you do what you can just to be safe. If you decide to stay in town, make sure by tonight, as we've mentioned here on Eyewitness News, and we've seen several local officials mention, be where you need to be or wherever you're going to be to ride out this storm and have everything that you need to have. We know several grocery stores that are still open, thankful for that, and so that people can get those last minute items that they might need. So, of course, be careful as you get out on the road. It's moving very, very slow. We continue to track Hurricane Ida, and now to have our chief meteorologist, Chris Franklin, join us to see exactly what's going on. All of us keeping a close eye on this. We have people looking on Twitter and Facebook asking, you know, has it changed? Is the track changed? I mean, they're hoping for some good news.
And, you know, and I'm trying to, at home earlier today, went on Facebook Live to try and answer any and all questions I possibly can. We are trying to explain the potential impacts to everyone in our area, because I will say it's going to be fairly dramatic differences across our entire viewing area from all of southeast Louisiana and southern Mississippi as to what impacts we're going to see. All of us will see impacts from the storm, no question about it. The worst impacts as of right now would be in the areas that will find themselves underneath the center of the storm. That is the strongest part of the storm. Exactly where that center moves inland and then continues moving northward is still very much a question. It doesn't look like it's going to veer a great deal west or east from this center line at the moment. There has been a little bit of a shift in some of the computer models. We'll talk about that in a moment. But just because there is a slight shift right now doesn't mean that that trend is going to continue. As again, we heard from actually the folks at the National Weather Service office, it would be a dramatic change, which is not likely to see us really not get any kind of impact. So that is off the table as with regards to what we're looking at right now. And something that is very interesting, when we superimpose the center line track with what the storm has been doing, and again, this track was the 10 o'clock update, so we'll get a new one in the next hour and 20 minutes or so. The track, notice the storm itself has actually been a bit more north of that track. Does that continue throughout the course of the storm? I don't know. Or does it kind of catch up with that track at some point? Anybody that has spent any time in coastal Louisiana, and every year that we track these storms, we talk all the time, about these little wobbles. The storms themselves do not follow a straight line. It will continue to kind of wobble back and forth. Really, a lot of times it depends upon exactly where that wobble is at landfall to where exactly we're going to see the worst conditions of the storm at landfall. Right now, it does look like that bullseye is Terrebonne. It would have to be a pretty dramatic shift for it to not be Terrebonne Parish at this time. The satellite imagery throughout the course of the day has just been absolutely incredible. And when you talk about a textbook hurricane, that unfortunately is a textbook hurricane. You see a healthy outflow. In other words, in the upper parts of the atmosphere, the higher cirrus deck is able to move out. So in other words, we kind of talk and compare that to a chimney. The way a chimney is able to grow, or the fire is able to grow, is it needs some kind of exhaust in the upper parts. Well, that is exactly what the outflow is. That is the exhaust for the storm. Those thunderstorm tops have to go somewhere, and if there is an exhaust feature, in other words, this kind of upper level flow that is taking those high thin cirrus clouds away from the center of the storm, that allows for further strengthening. We've talked about the warm waters. There's no question the waters in the Gulf of Mexico are warm in late August. That isn't really up for debate. The issue is going to be always the upper atmosphere environment, and unfortunately the upper atmosphere environment has been conducive. Now, something that's very interesting, and I've started to see a trend from some of the computer models, some of the models are hinting at perhaps, and we'll kind of break down some of the computer models that we have available to us here at WWL. Just so much to show you and so little time to put everything together. It does look like there may be hints at some increasing wind shear as the storm approaches the coast. Now, what that could do is, one, begin to limit the further intensification, so perhaps we don't see it intensifying all the way up to landfall. Again, these are kind of the preliminary models starting to pick up on this trend, but what it may also help to do is drive in some drier air and perhaps start to shift some of the heaviest of the rainfall away into the east of the center of the storm. Again, all these possibilities, all these variables, all we can do is kind of explain all the potential that this storm has as we analyze what is going on right now. So it's almost like a two-phase discussion when we talk about the tropics. We talk about what is happening in real time, what we see right now, what is going on, and what we know based on our computer models. But then we also talk about those computer models and if they're picking up on some kind of a trend or perhaps a little bit of a change in the forecast. It wouldn't be a dramatic change, but as we have been hinting at all day long and really going back to yesterday, is that we are going to see the worst of the storm right at the center. Exactly how close that is to Metro New Orleans is still very much an unknown. We did have a very clear eye that had developed with almost that visibility that is right back to the surface of the Gulf of Mexico through it earlier. Now it looks like the clouds have kind of move back over the eye, so it's not as well defined, but it is still there. 100-mile-an-hour winds, gusting up to 105 miles an hour wind. That's what we want to continue to see. A northwesterly motion at 16 miles an hour. We want this thing to move in and out as fast as possible. Something else we'll be watching is the minimum pressure. It's at 976 now. As that comes down, that means the storm is intensifying. So that's something else we'll be looking at in each of the advisories that come out. Again, all the data that you see here is of 1 o'clock. It is rapidly intensifying and it is moving very quickly. In about a half hour to an hour after that advisory, that information is old because this is a very rapidly changing system that as we get into the next hour, 2 hours after the advisory time, things sometimes have dramatically changed, and it'll be interesting to see what has dramatically changed with the storm. You do see a new area of thunderstorms developing on the western side. The times what these do is they pulsate. You get these we call hot towers, those tall thunderstorms around the center of the storm kind of initiate and then fall apart. That's the outflow that you get. That kind of takes those higher clouds away from it, and then it allows room for new thunderstorms to grow. And that is going to be the pattern that we continue to see as it moves along that path towards southeast Louisiana. So as I mentioned, it has been trending a little bit more north of this line. We will see if that is a trend that continues, that perhaps the Hurricane Center picks up on and adjusts the track, or thinks it's just kind of a short-term change in the center of the storm's motion and kind of leave the track as it is. As we've been saying, we're not going to see dramatic shifts one way or the other, but what does come into play here is just how close that center is able to make it to the New Orleans metro area as we get toward later on Sunday and into late Sunday night. At the moment, as I had said, it has been, if you were watching this all day yesterday, it had been more centered right over Baton Rouge, so the forecast had been trending a little bit more to the west. If we see a change, I would venture to say that they would maybe shift that line, and that's again why I like using the center line. You might see them shift it back more over the Baton Rouge area if this model trend is something that continues over the course of the next several hours. Again, the window of opportunity for further strengthening of the storm is closing, although it still has plenty of time. That window is shrinking. Once we start to see that land interaction, and especially if we can get some wind shear, that would be huge and maybe helping to kind of keep the storm at a steady strength as it moves inland. That steady strength, though, still could be a Cat 3 or 4. We are still looking at a major hurricane making landfall. You do see, again, there's still a bit of a consensus, still a bit of a spread in the computer models. They still seem to indicate a little bit more toward where the center line is of the model or of the forecast officially from the National Hurricane Center right now. If you were with us at the just the last hour, Peyton Malone was showing you the GFS forecast, and that has indeed shifted a little bit more to the east, as has the European model, but that's just the one operational run. It may be that that entire ensemble is still indicating a little bit more to our west. But as with that said, it does play a huge role in just how close we're going to see the metro New Orleans area getting in on the hurricane force winds. So here's kind of a timing of the rainfall. We will begin to see the rain moving in during the later night and overnight hours. Maybe in the next few hours we'll start to see some of the showers on the far, far northern bands moving across the mouth of the river and then starting to move inland. But during the early morning hours tomorrow, that's when things start to go downhill very quickly. Winds will have already started increasing, and you're looking at some of the heaviest rainfall moving our way. Now, this is our RPM model, and it's a little different in terms of the timing as opposed to what the Hurricane Center is saying. They almost have it right along the coastline about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Hurricane Center has been thinking maybe a few hours after that. Either way, the timing is going to be almost inconsequential as opposed to the exact area of landfall, whether it's in the midday or afternoon hours. It is going to be moving that way. Now, this model not really depicting that wind shear I was talking about, but there are others that are kind of indicating the wind shear might help to disrupt this rainfall and kind of shift it a little bit more to the east of us. So we may be looking at heavier rain potentially. And again, this may all not end up being verified by the models, but we could see a kind of shift more over Mississippi or Alabama. Either way, through the evening on Sunday, we're looking at the heaviest of the rain and the strongest of the winds. Notice, even well inland, the Hurricane Center is still thinking it may have winds in excess of 130 miles an hour as it approaches the Baton Rouge area. That's why I've been saying since yesterday, at this time, Baton Rouge still looks like it'll be worse off than here in New Orleans in terms of the rainfall and certainly in terms of the wind. As we continue through the early morning hours now of Monday, notice by wake-up time during the mid-morning hours, the heavy rain is gone. Still windy, but improving conditions throughout the course of the day, Monday, and for the rest of the week, because then the cleanup begins, and hopefully all the energy and power crews are able to start going out there as long as the winds subside and begin repairing power line damage, because we know we're going to see a lot of that. It doesn't take much to get that. So the winds begin increasing later tonight, likely before folks start to go to bed. If you're able to go to bed, please just try and rest and relax as much as you possibly can, but the winds will start increasing during the late night hours and continue to increase through the overnight. By early tomorrow morning, you are looking at hurricane force winds right along the coastline. Now, I will say this model is based on the Euro, which has also been trending a little bit closer to metro New Orleans. So you'll kind of see the center of the storm based on the Euro is right over Homa, coming in kind of around Terrebonne Bay, whereas the official forecast from the National Hurricane Center, although it falls within the margin of error, the center point from the Hurricane Center is a little bit more west of there. And that is a major factor in just how strong the winds will be in southeast Louisiana. A jog by 20, 30 miles or so to the east, we are looking at some substantial winds at maybe hurricane or major hurricane force, as opposed to this being more to the east of us, and certainly Baton Rouge, the river parishes, but not likely to see the major category, major hurricane force winds of 111 or greater miles an hour. We may be more into this, say, 70, 80 to 100 plus mile an hour winds. Still nothing to sneeze at by any means, but certainly if we can lessen those winds just a little bit, that does play a role in just how much damage we'll see. The hurricane force winds continue as we get into the early morning hours after midnight on Monday, and then as the storm moves northward, we should start to see that wind field shrinking, and probably before daybreak, most of the hurricane force winds will be moving out of the area. Still very windy across the area by Monday afternoon, but improving conditions. And as I said, Monday afternoon as well, we'll begin to see the heaviest of the rainfall moving out. Something else we need to touch on, with the position that the storm will be moving, we find ourselves in the northeastern quadrant. That is the side that is the worst. That's where the heaviest rain, that's where the strongest winds, and that's where the greatest risk of tornadic storms. So we're actually under, I need to change this number, we're under a 2, a slight risk of severe weather on on Sunday. I'm not talking just about the hurricane, but from tornadic storms. As those cells start moving in and we start to see those bands setting up, it doesn't take much to get a little rotation, so we will likely see throughout the day tomorrow numerous, if not countless, tornado warnings being issued across the area as we go through the day on Sunday, and then finally we'll start to see that limited as we get into late Sunday night and on into early Monday once the storm, I should say more early Monday, once the storm is moving away from us. Rainfall totals, we're looking at a wide range, and again, this is a very rough estimate of 8 to 12 inches, with some areas about 15 or more. It really is all going to depend upon exactly where some of those heavier bands of storms set up. There usually are, and as we've seen many times, one heavy band setting up over a specific area or a certain area, and then just to the west or east it is completely dry, and that's likely what we're going to see. So this is a more widespread rough estimate of the rainfall totals that we could potentially see, but those totals are likely going to be only in the areas where we have the bands and the training of rainfall set up across the area. The steering pattern really has not changed. That upper high is definitely building a little bit more into the east coast, and that is going to continue to push this storm right up toward the northwest. And as this weakens, we're going to see an upper trough begin pulling it up toward the north and east and away from us. Upper low is moving away, but that's actually upper flow around this low, maybe helping to kind of take some of these high cirrus clouds and move them away from the storm. What we like to see is an upper low a little bit closer in. That creates the wind shear, but right now that is just not the case. And what you really see on water vapor here, this looks at the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere. This is that high cirrus deck that is moving over. And in fact, the high cirrus are moving over us right now associated with Ida. And this is allowing the storm to continue to grow in the atmosphere. So that's why the intensification is likely going to continue as we go through the rest of the night and into early tomorrow, and likely up to the point of landfall. I know, as I mentioned, some models are trending, maybe a little bit of wind shear helping to disrupt that slightly. I would venture to say it probably is not going to do a whole lot to the circulation unless it was a more long duration type wind shear that would help us out. It is at the moment over some of the deepest and warmest waters in the Gulf of Mexico. It will start to get a bit shallower as it moves toward the Louisiana coastline, but water temperatures in this area are about 87 to 88 degrees. We're approaching 90 degrees. This has plenty of energy to work with in terms of warm water over the Gulf of Mexico. That was never really going to be a debate. Tropical impacts will start tonight. Not much has really changed with the forecast. Again, as far as a change goes, there may be a little jog one way or another, but even if the models trend one way or we see a little bit of an adjustment from the National Hurricane Center, it really is going to depend on where that wobble is at landfall as to just how close Metro New Orleans is to some of the strongest winds of the storm. Again, we don't wish this on anyone, but if we can keep that a little bit more to our west, conditions here won't be as bad, again, relatively speaking. Landfall will be as a major hurricane tomorrow. Your plan should be in place right now. You see on the wider loop of radar, here are the outer bands of the rain associated with Ida. It is not too far off the mouth of the river, just kind of tracking some of these initial very far northern showers associated with the rotation. They're only about 60 miles from Venice. The storm is moving very quickly. We want to keep it moving very quickly so it gets in and out of here as soon as possible.
Chris, thank you so much. Of course, we've been taking a look at what's been going on online. I'm just kind of poking around here on Twitter, and I ran across a couple of pictures and video of what's going on over at Armstrong Airport. Take a look. It's long lines at the airport. We actually had some pictures a little bit earlier from our partners at the Times-Picayune New Orleans Advocate, Matt Sledge. That's the security line at MSY to fly out of New Orleans. Apparently, he said it's insane, must be inside of that line. He said a friend there right now says there's hardly any TSA staff to get people checked. Well, I'm looking at the Twitter page right now for New Orleans Airport, and it gave an update about an hour ago saying, please do not come to the airport unless you have travel confirmed. We ask that you make arrangements to reschedule travel directly with your airlines over the phone before coming to the airport. They also said that many airlines have reported cancellations this afternoon and tomorrow due to Hurricane Ida. Anyone with travel scheduled should check directly with their airline for the most accurate information. While Chris was up there giving us an update on Hurricane Ida, I went to the MSY website, saw a couple of cancellations and not too many, so I can't necessarily say exactly where these cancellations are coming from. I know that we saw a Delta Airlines cancellation and a Spirit Airlines cancellation. But, we can't say exactly how many. I can't give you an exact number. But if you check with your airline, if you did have travel either coming into the city, leaving out of the city, make sure you check directly with that airline to see if it's still moving around. And again, we talked a little bit earlier about the traffic in the area. Be careful as you're out on the roadways. The airport, again, crowded there as well. So make sure you pay attention. And we also continue to keep our eye on Hurricane Ida. Every parish expecting some sort of impact from this strengthening storm. Erica Ferrando is with us in Old Mandeville under a voluntary evacuation order. You've been talking to people who are preparing to ride out this storm. We've heard that before, but how are they preparing in that area?
Cherise, a lot of people are preparing to actually stay here in Old Mandeville. Of course, there are some people who are planning to at least get out of this area that will see some water rising, but a lot of people are going to stick around. This area south of Monroe Street is now under a voluntary evacuation. Mandeville Mayor Clay Madden made that announcement just about an hour ago. They are expecting a 4 to 7 foot storm surge on Lake Pontchartrain. Of course, that will come over the Mandeville lakefront. And he also said there is a curfew going into effect at midnight tonight in Mandeville. He said they do not want any people out on the lakefront. Stay away from the lakefront as that water is expected to rise. Of course, people are getting ready out here, and I want to actually show you something very clever that this gentleman is doing to his house. This white tube that you see is basically a dam that he's created and put in place. And this is Mr. Nick Viviano. Yes. And so you've lived here for decades. Since 1980. And so explain what it is that we're looking at right here and how this is hopefully going to protect your home from getting any water.
Okay, this is a 24-inch plastic tube that's used for agricultural reasons, okay? And we bought it over in Crowley or the western part of the state. They use it to irrigate their fields, okay? And became aware of it, whatever. And so what I have here is this is wrapped around my house. It's going to fill up to hopefully 18 inches. We had 15 inches in the house for Katrina, which was the worst we've ever had. So hopefully it'll protect it. Underneath, I have black plastic, okay, 2 feet up on the wall. So that's going to be the second, basically, line of defense. But the weight of this should keep any water from intruding into my house.
So this is pretty similar to aqua tubes that are actually used for this purpose, but this is not really what this is intended to be used for. So you said it was a lot cheaper too.
$600.
To protect your home.
To protect my home. And it took us about 3 hours to do. I have 3 sons. So if you have a lot of boys, you can get it done faster, okay?
And so you're actually working on filling this up with water right now?
Right now it's filling up with water.
What are you expecting for this storm coming in?
Well, we really don't know. 7 feet, I might be okay, but give or take, and then you have high tides and low tides you have to worry about. So it's always better to be prepared, okay? If you're prepared, hopefully you won't have to use it.
Well, thank you so much. We appreciate your input and your advice for other people. They're also expecting some power outages. They say to be prepared for a couple days, possibly a week. For now, we will toss it back to y'all in studio.
All right, Erica, thanks so much. He's keeping it safe out there. We're going to go live to Plaquemines Parish, where Parish President Kirk Lapine is holding a news conference. Let's take a live listen in.
And representing District 5, Mr. Benny Russo, Mr. Colton LaFrance and Mr. Mark Cognovich, who are 2 of our council members, are actively working down the road, preparing as we speak. So I wanted to mention those 2 guys out because they are diligently working down the road. So welcome. I'm trying to give you an update of what's going on here in Plaquemines Parish. We continue to watch as Hurricane Ida strengthens on its track to make landfall in Louisiana Sunday evening as a Category 4 hurricane. We're preparing for a Category 4 hurricane. We're watching the models, and as we watch the models, we see that it's intensifying, and so we're preparing for a Category 4. The southern end of our parish is expected to start and feel effects around 2 p.m. tomorrow. So be prepared for heavy rainfall, significant storm surge, outside the levee protection. And make sure, and you will receive hurricane force winds at this time. So we're telling the people about 2 o'clock, it will go downhill from there. Our evacuations order that's in place is from Captain Larry's, as we call it, the floodgate on Highway 23 in Oakville, all the way down to Venice. That is a mandatory evacuation. All of our east bank of our parish is in a mandatory evacuation. Our Bell Chase area, this morning we issued a voluntary evacuation. So we wanted our residents to know we take this very seriously. And our message to our residents is secure your residence. Be prepared that you will get high winds, gusty winds, lots of rainfall, flying debris. This is going to be over a period of many hours. So we want our residents to be safe, and we want their residents to be safe. We will be closing the floodgate on Highway 23 tonight at 7 p.m., a full closure of that floodgate. So we want to let our residents know we gave them ample time to evacuate. So that gates will be closed tonight at 7. The floodgate between St. Bernard and Plaquemines is scheduled to be closed somewhere around 6 o'clock this evening. So that gate will be closed also. All our parish government offices will be closed Monday. Only essential workers will be asked to report to work. A note, school has been canceled on Monday. A note has been sent out to all the parents. For our local commercial fishermen, a safe harbor, we hope that you're there. Those gates have been closed, NOV 14 and NOV 13. Those gates have been closed also. So we hope that we got all the commercial fishermen and industry in that to get to safe harbors. We take this storm very seriously, and we are prepared. We have crews out monitoring levees, doing our last minute repairs, doing cleanup debris and storm drains. So we are trying to prep as much as we can. With that, I'm going to turn over to the sheriff to give us an update with the sheriff's office. Then I'm going to turn over to Mr. Harvey, our EOC director. And just real quickly, Councilman Kognovich, District 9, just walked in, and I want to thank him for his hard work down the road. And also our state representative has joined us too. That's Matt Cormier. So thank you guys. Sheriff?
Thank you, President Lapine. I just want to assure the Plaquemines residents that we will have all of our deputies in all 3 major districts. We will not be pulling them out of the lower end of our parish. So from Myrtle Grove to Venice, we will have deputies stationed. From Bell Chase, obviously, to Myrtle Grove, we will have deputies stationed. And of course, we will station our deputies on the East Bank. Some of the things that concern me, we've been through this a lot. We've dealt with a lot of storms. So Jefferson Lake Canal to La Recite concerns me. Our levee heights are 3, 4, 5, 6 feet. The expected storm surge is 10 to 15 feet. So in my experience, I am expecting overtopping and breaching. What that means is that usually Highway 23 will be closed. So I'm just going off our previous experience based on the severity of storm. So we can probably expect, so our citizens, if you are staying south of Myrtle Grove, you please make the arrangements that you could be cut off for some time. So that's why we urged everybody. I think the president and our council have been putting out a lot of good information, making sure that we keep everyone safe. But if you are hunkering down, make sure that you have the necessities that you need for an extended period of time. So those are my concerns. We're very worried about this storm, and we're hoping for the best but preparing for the worst. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patrick Harvey. I'm Director of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness for Plaquemines Parish. I've been in contact with the National Hurricane Center Director Ken Graham and also National Weather Service here in New Orleans over the past several days, and we have very concerned with the Hurricane Ida. It's still, we expected to get the impacts starting tomorrow afternoon around 2 o'clock to be receiving the tropical storm force winds off the mouth of the Mississippi River, and from then everything's going to deteriorate throughout the night into Monday. Landfall is expected to be, around the Houma, Dulac area on Sunday night around 7 o'clock, and we're on that bad side of the storm. As stated, the storm surge will be 10 to 15 feet on the from that side to the west bank of Plaquemines Parish, and then 7 to 11 on our east bank side. As Sheriff Turlidge stated, our levees from Alliance to the West Point LaHash area are running between 3 to 6 feet. We expect some severe overtopping, if not breaches, in that area, which will inundate Highway 23 from the northern end of the parish to southern end of the parish. Also, for the residents that stay in our Jesup Bend area, those levees are between 7 to 11 feet. So we issued the mandatory evacuation for that area yesterday once the storm surge was lifted. National Hurricane Center stated that there will be some wobbles in the forecast and the track and everything, but they're very confident in this track heading up that way. We haven't seen a storm like this for Plaquemines Parish probably since Katrina, a Category 4 storm approaching this area. So we urge all residents, please go ahead. If you still have some time, evacuate. You're going to be without power for an extended period of time, and what that means after speaking with Entergy is, it could be up to 2-3 weeks or more before power is restored to our area. A Category 3 and 4 type of storm, it takes a while for that power restoration to happen. And it's not just power that's going to be affected, it's going to be our water, our sewage, cable, internet, phone lines and stuff. People depend on cell phones nowadays. Not all cell phones have, cell phone towers have generators and all. So, means of communication and stuff is going to be might be very limited. So that's why we're urging people, please, listen to us. And, if you have the opportunity to get on out of here. Also, as we spoke about the evacuation of our residents, we transported 34 residents as well as 10 pets up to our point-to-point shelter in West Monroe. They left here a short time ago, and earlier this morning, the Riverbend Nursing Home has evacuated their residents as well to their point-to-point agreement. So, please, residents, listen to us, listen to your local news media, local meteorologists and stuff, and get out of here if you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harvey. I forgot to mention also, we're joined today by our District Attorney, Charles Balley. So I apologize, Charles. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they would have a statement or would they like to say something or update in their district.
Yeah, thank you, President Lapine. I do have an update for the Belle Chase area along Woodland Highway. Belle Chase pump number 2 is at 33% capacity. We have 3 pumps there, 2 are down. It is unfortunate, however, we do have redundancy pumps at Belle Chase number 1, which is just down the canal in Barrier, which has 4 pumps that are fully operational. So that is reassuring. However, I now do anticipate street flooding, specifically in the Fort St. Leon neighborhood, as well as the Springwood neighborhood. Fort St. Leon pump station at Mildred is operational and is being run by Jefferson Parish. As Patrick said, we really do anticipate, and this is the big thing for the Belle Chase area, is power outage. And it's going to take a few weeks possibly to have that restored. So if you have an opportunity, this is your last chance to evacuate. If not, you have to be prepared to allow the Sheriff's Office and the Fire Department and first responders to respond to the folks who are going to be in dire need in the lower end and east bank of this parish. So please do not take up their time when you have the ability to evacuate if you can. With that said, I'll be on my phone, or you can contact me on social media, other ways, and I'll respond. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Sheriff Turlidge and President Lapine for all their hard work and collaboration together. Doing a great job. Bill pretty much carried everything I was going to say, but just like to add that the barrier canal has been pumped down, and there are machines on site to remove the lilies ongoing as we go. And just again to stress what Councilmember Black stated, that there's still time to get out, and if not, be prepared to be without power for an extended period of time. And as of right now, you still have time. Riding through District 3, there's still several houses that has a lot of items in the yard that could be potential projectiles. If you could please go out and remove those. If you need any help, please contact me on my cell, and I'll be more than happy to help. Thank you.
President Lapine and the Sheriff and of course Director Harvey have touched on all the pertinent issues that concern all of us. Right now, as they stated, in a situation where go over your checklist again if you're staying, get ready to lose power. If you're leaving, leave now. There are a few stores I think that are still open. And we put our faith in the levy system and the great professionals that we have spread about this parish. We have Louisiana National Guard in certain locations. We have state troopers and of course our great local police force. And I'm sure that President Lapine joins me and the rest of the leaders here in praying for a favorable outcome. Thanks.
I'd like to thank President Lapine and Sheriff Turlidge for all their hard work. Patrick too. I just came from Venice. We just closed Tidewater Road, putting sandbags across. We closed Triumph opening. Been trying to tell the people to, now's the time to get out, because once the road floods, and like they said, they're going to wait 2-3 weeks for electricity up here. It might be longer down the road. All the stores are closed, so you won't have nowhere to go get anything. No gasoline if you had a generator. So just to be on the safe side, I'd leave now if you have the opportunity to. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Benny Rousseau. I represent District 5. Without repeating most of the comments that you've already heard, my concern is the Jesuit Bend area, more specifically because of the Barataria Basin and the storm surge that will be coming up the basin. We've raised that levee significantly over the last few years, but having been there for previous storms and seen how close it came to overtopping that levee, I would caution the residents there that have not made the decision to leave to heed the President's request for the mandatory evacuation and to move out, because it's going to be a very close call in the Jesuit Bend area. Thank you.
Again, I want to thank my colleagues for joining me today. And if you could see that there's one simple message, and that is get out or seek higher ground. Also, the message is you will be without power. You will be uncomfortable. It may be a while before power is restored. So we want the residents to know that. Zeta hit us last year. We were out of power for a week to 10 days. The difference between that, it was October, almost November. It was a little bit cooler. Right now we're in August and September. It's going to be hot, folks, and it's going to be uncomfortable for many days, weeks. So we want you to understand that concept. So if there is able time to get out, we really, really prefer that you move to higher ground. It's very important. The sheriff touched on a lot of things. The road is our biggest hurdle. And Highway 23 by Myrtle Grove, if that water comes in and the storm stalls or slows down, that's our biggest nightmare, that water's not able to recede. On the east bank of our parish, on Highway 39, if that water comes in where there's no back levee between the White Ditch and the Phoenix area, it's the same scenario. That water cannot recede until that storm has moved forward. So those have made some very challenging times and tough calls for us. So we want to make sure that our residents know to get out while you can. The ferry service will be suspended tomorrow because of high winds. We can't run the ferry. So our east bank is kind of sectioned off. The gate is closed. So we want to know, we'll let our East Bank residents know that we'll get there. We have some emergency personnel on that side, but again, it's going to be some challenging times. Our fellas, our friends down the road, as we say, are going to be locked away if we can't keep that water off the road. So there's going to be some tough times in Plaquemines Parish, but we're prepared. I have a great group of guys that I work with. I have a great staff that I work with, and I have a phenomenal workforce who's been busting their tails off since we got kicking off, I think, Wednesday or Thursday. So, and this will continue. Then we'll go in recovery mode after Monday. So with that, guys, I'll ask if you have any questions. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
President Lapine, can you tell us a little bit about the evacuation?
They were well on their way already. So I think we have them all moved, and we don't have no one at the detention center. So what that leaves us is the fire department, EMS, and my deputies will use that facility for high ground on the East Bank.
Question, do you have any kind of estimate of how many people have not evacuated on the East Bank and lower West Bank?
Well, we were very encouraged on the West Bank of seeing a steady line of traffic starting yesterday. We called the mandatory evacuation yesterday at 3 p.m. We extended it to 6 p.m. or extended the location at 6 p.m. We were able to see a great deal of traffic coming out. I don't know the number on the East Bank. I think there was a good bit of residents that did heed our warning. I don't really have a number that can pinpoint to say how many are still there. But from the likes or from the calls that I'm receiving from the residents over there, that a good deal of people have gotten out.
So most of you to do that?
I would say most. I would say, yeah. I would say minimal people left. Any other questions? Well, thank you guys for coming. We appreciate you. And we want you to stay safe in Plaquemines. And again, if you stay, now's the time to hunker down, as we say, because pretty soon, tomorrow, we'll see it deteriorating very fast. So we encourage you to get out, but those who stay, hunker down. Thank you, guys.
All right, you're just hearing from Plaquemines Parish leaders. That was Plaquemines Parish President Kirk Lapine, who took the podium, as well as other leaders. And right now, they're talking about mandatory evacuations. Many of those parishes have given mandatory and voluntary evacuations across the area. Obviously, you do that. You got a lot of traffic, and hence what we're looking at right now. This is a live look from the Mobile Forecast Center on I-10 East. We told you they were on I-10 East probably about 30 or 45 minutes ago, and this is still bumper to bumper in New Orleans East, still trying to get out of that area. If I'm not familiar, they went past Crowder. They're not really far from Crowder, so it shows you that it is moving extremely slowly. But again, be patient. You have a lot of people who are trying their best to get out of town so they can get somewhere safe as Hurricane Ida approaches, something that has been recommended not only by the governor, but by Mayor Cantrell and, of course, surrounding parishes and surrounding parish leaders. We keep hearing people say, if you're not going to shelter in place, get somewhere safe, and make sure as you get out there, you know that you're going to run into a lot of traffic in the area. We're going to keep our eye on that one. Well, we've been also watching other areas as well. We joined Brendan Keefe from our Tegna family, who is in on I-10 rather, near the state line. Where exactly are you right now?
Right at the state line. That's exactly where we are right now. In fact, you're looking at the state line behind me right now. That's the bridge. We're all familiar coming back home to Louisiana. By the way, I've got family here. My wife's from Acadia Parish. So, hey, we come over that bridge. We're home. We're in Louisiana. That's now a reverse situation here. Let me step out of the frame so you can see it for a second. Right now, it has just started moving again, but you can see the heavy traffic on the bridge. That's eastbound. Westbound coming back into Louisiana, only a few cars, media, There's some power trucks. I've seen power trucks from North Carolina. Some were following me in from Georgia because I was driving in from Atlanta. This sort of fits and starts backup continues all the way to Pascagoula. That's where I first saw the backup, a dead stop. If you look right now at the very top of the bridge, you can see it's coming to a stop again. This is what's happening. It opens for a moment and then it backs up again. And we've been seeing this again all the way into Pascagoula. And a few minutes ago, while we were in that news conference, actually the backup was a dead stop right here. There was no movement in the traffic at all. And we're used to this as journalists, and we're certainly used to this here in Louisiana and in southeast Louisiana because we deal with so many storms. I was here 16 years ago tomorrow for Hurricane Katrina. Spent 2 weeks basically camped out at the north end of the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, the Causeway Bridge, right there in Mandeville. And we actually had the Causeway Police escorting us in every day. I was here with WCBS back then. I've covered so many hurricanes. It's actually my 4th decade of covering hurricanes. And the one thing that's a constant for us, you don't want to hear our story. We're not the story. But the one constant for us is we're the sole car going toward the storm while everyone else is trying to get out. I think the difference here, there's that pre-Katrina, post-Katrina mindset. A lot of people stuck around during Katrina. A lot of people, didn't get out until it was too late. We're not seeing that here. Without mandatory evacuations within the levee zone, we're actually seeing people heeding those warnings. With very little advanced warning, they're getting out, and I think that's a good sign. But that's what we're seeing right here as the traffic sort of fits and starts all the way, at least from here at the state line to Pascagoula. I'm sure it gets worse right at the I-12, I-10 split.
Right, Brendan, thanks so much. I know my family right now, as we speak, is headed on now to making that trip as well in that traffic. So please be careful as you're out there. Thank you for joining us. We're going to check back in with you in a second. Again, Brendan Keith, that is from our Tegna family, assisting us as we cover Hurricane Ida. Well, St. Bernard Parish President Guy McGinnis, he described Ida as a terrible storm, as we all have, that could leave his parish with extended power outages and flooded homes. Paul Murphy just spoke to the parish president. Here he is with more.
Here in St. Bernard Parish, this is one of those coastal parishes that always seems to see some major effects when a storm heads our way. And last night we were talking about winds of about 110 miles per hour possibly hitting St. Bernard. Also the storm bringing along about 18 inches of rain and a storm surge of about 7 to 11 feet. I'm here with Parish President Guy McGinnis. Are we still talking about those same numbers?
Right now, nothing really has changed since this morning. We'll get another update here in a couple of hours. So, we're looking at what we're worried about is a lot of rain in a short period of time. We're worried about the storm surge. If that storm comes a little bit more east, we will have a significant amount of storm surge over the road. So we're looking out for all of that. Our citizens are still doing sandbags. We are replenishing all of our sites all the time. We're going to do that all the way up until we can't do it anymore. So we're worried about a lot of things. Power being out for an extended period of time, especially people who rely on that for life support. So we're asking them to hunker down, make sure you get to a place where you're safe. Right now, I would say, I don't want my family on the road at this point in time and trying to get somewhere. Probably need to hunker down at this time and be ready for this storm tomorrow.
And in terms of, you made the decision not to do any type of evacuations. Is that because the people who live outside the levee protection know what to do? Yesterday we saw a lot of those campers coming up LA 46. We saw the commercial fishermen moving their boats to the Violet Canal.
Yeah, Paul, outside of our levee system, we have so few families, it makes no sense for us to do a mandatory evacuation. We're in contact with all of those families. We know where they're going to be. Some of them decide to stay, but we're in constant contact with them. And mandatory evacuation for our parish, we kind of, we look at the region and we talk to our partners around the region. Thibodeau, I should say Lafourche and Terrebonne, those guys really needed to evacuate. So we wanted to make sure that those guys in St. Charles, those people were able to get out. So our people, inside of the levee system, right now it looks like Zeta. We had some significant damage with Zeta. We had some post-storm problems where we had to get crews in to clear the highways and the roads throughout St. Bernard Parish. We're set up to do that. The crews are ready to go. Our employees have been working for a couple of days now. They will work all the way up till tomorrow until they can't work anymore. So we're asking people to be vigilant, continue to monitor the media like you, Paul, and our social media sites at parish government, just to be ready for this storm. If this storm, and it can still, make a little easterly turn, it could be devastating for us, and we need to be prepared for that.
What about those low-lying areas? You told me that the storm surge right now, or that's hitting Louisiana.
The one thing that I thought about was, number one, it's August 29th. You can't get away from that with Katrina. We had to cancel our memorial. We think about the families who lost loved ones during Katrina during this time, but we have to prepare. And we have to prepare for the worst, always. And what I think about is people are making decisions today, all along the coast of Louisiana, that will save a life or will cause somebody's death. The information out there so that people can make good decisions.
Great. Thank you very much, Guy McGinnis, St. Bernard Parish President. And we'll be covering St. Bernard throughout the evening. We're live here in Chalmette. Paul Murphy, Eyewitness News.
All right, that was Paul speaking to folks in St. Bernard Parish. And just our viewing area, our DMA that we call it, is so complicated that we are trying to inform everyone of the potential impacts that just about everybody will see. We've got the North Shore as you get up to a little bit farther north where you've got elevation on your side. Tornadoes will be a risk. You will have the risk of the flooding rains, but if you do have a bit of elevation, you're probably in okay shape. We've got coastal Mississippi. At this time, it doesn't look like the impacts are going to be that dramatic. You're going to get rain and wind, and you will certainly get a significant storm surge, but if you're north of 10, you also may be okay. And again, this is all relative. Down along the coastline, that is not going to be the case. Areas outside of the levee system, that is not the case. Inside the levee protection system, depending upon where you are, it may be okay. Again, not everyone has to evacuate, but if you do, here's kind of an idea. And again, that window is closing. We unfortunately sent one of our photographers, Jeff Hackett, out in the mobile forecast center, and we basically said, all right, go out and just get into traffic, and let's see how long it takes you to get to Mississippi. It's going to take them a while. My parents left a little bit, several hours ago, and it took over 3 hours to get from their house in Metairie just to Gulfport. And it's been taking almost as long to get to Mobile. Now, it looks like conditions from Mobile east aren't that bad on the road. So if you were going toward the east, I've kind of highlighted certain areas where it's a go, no go, or okay. I'm saying Mobile is okay. You're definitely going to get some of the rain and wind from the storm. Remember, this is all on what we call the dirty side, and you've got that inflow of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, and we could see some significant rainfall totals in the Mobile area. One thing that Mobile has going for it, elevation. They are well above sea level, in some spots 60 to 90 feet. There are actually hills in Mobile. I went to college out there. So you'd be okay if you have family, friends, then that may be where you want to go. Out farther east, you're in good shape. If you want to go to the northeast, Montgomery, you're in good shape up toward Atlanta. I wouldn't stay along the Mississippi coast. Now, of course, if you're there already, that's fine. But if you're thinking, I'm going to go from the city into Biloxi, maybe just continue off to the east. But again, a lot of folks have to make those decisions based on, I've got friends and family, and it won't cost me anything to go there. Everything of these decisions is a personal one. I'm just kind of giving an overview of what I would say. Up toward Jackson, no, you're going to find yourself within the path of a very still heavy rainmaker once it gets farther north. Lafayette, no. Baton Rouge, absolutely not. I can't even highlight Baton Rouge. You are underneath the center line of our storm. Alexandria, okay. Depending upon exactly where it starts making any kind of a turn toward the northeast, you would remain on the dry side. And certainly Shreveport out toward Houston, Beaumont, Lake Charles, I think you'd be okay, as well as Dallas. You're far enough away from any impacts from the storm. Something that we've been watching, and a lot of folks, there must be something going on Twitter saying the models are trending east, the models are trending east, because I've been blown up on my cell phone of people saying, wait, they're trending east now? They may have backed a little bit to the east, but really what's more important is the fact that the storm itself has been trending not along the center line. Again, this is why I do like showing the center line. I know some folks say, well, I don't like to show it because folks tend to focus too much on it. And I get that. You want to talk about the entirety of the impact potential, but that does go outside of even the cone. So in that line of thinking, don't even show the cone. But I like showing the center line because this is the best guess as to where the Hurricane Center thinks the storm is going to go. And obviously where the storm is right now does fall within the cone, within the margin of error. It is not exactly following along that line. It has actually been moving more to the north and east of that line. Will that be a trend that continues? That is kind of the key. If the Hurricane Center thinks that this may be a trend that will continue, then we will likely see this shift toward the east, and yes, we would see a shift closer to the New Orleans area at landfall. Now, if this is something that the Hurricane Center is thinking, you know what, this is just kind of part of the overall wobble of the storm, because as you kind of watch this here, as it starts out, it is following along that line, and then the last couple of hours, it is not. And it's nothing to say that it may not go back this way and then kind of follow the line and maybe even go west of the line. Storms themselves, if you're just tracking the center point, do not follow a straight line. They wobble. They kind of go back and forth, and usually that wobble is huge in the landfall, because a wobble a little bit more to the west at landfall could be the matter of we do see major hurricane force winds in the city or not, and that is a huge difference that, to be honest, the computer models are not going to be able to forecast accurately. They're just not going to be able to. They cannot forecast these little wobbles and these little almost gyrations in the center. Overall, it's going to kind of follow along this path, but it's going to do this number right up to the point of landfall. So exactly where landfall is really not going to be accurately forecasted by the computer models. This is something that almost made my jaw drop when I was doing some updates at home earlier this morning. When I saw this presentation on satellite of Ida as it continued through the Gulf waters, this is just that textbook classic. It has the well-symmetric formation, a well-defined eye at certain points. It looks like some higher clouds have started to move overhead. It's got that healthy outflow. In other words, in the upper atmosphere, there is really nothing to hinder further development. But what's also interesting, I just looked at some of the intensity models. There is only one of the grouping of computer models that the Hurricane Center uses. There is only one right now, which is interesting, that is forecasting it to make it to Category 4. All the others keep it as a 3. That is still a major hurricane, and that is still a dangerous and devastating, and as some of the folks, government officials are saying, for some, a life-changing type of a storm. There is no question about it. But if we can get those winds a little bit less than they're forecasted at right now, every little bit does help. I know sometimes a 10-mile-an-hour wind is almost meaningless, but if we can get those winds down enough and that it isn't as potent once it makes landfall, that does become a little bit more substantial. Winds right now, we are waiting patiently. We should get the information in less than 30 minutes from the National Hurricane Center as to the 4 o'clock advisory. Again, we will get a new track. We won't get another track until 10 o'clock. We will see if maybe they're forecasting that this little trend of the last several hours of the eye is enough to adjust the track back eastward. We'll wait and see. Winds right now 100 miles an hour, but what we'd really like to see is that this forward motion will start to increase. 16 mile an hour up toward the northwest. So at the moment, again, at the moment, it has been trending a little bit more north and east of the center line. Will that continue? Who knows? It may, again, kind of shift back to the more west of this center line. And if that's the case, then you kind of basically split the difference. And the center line is, in essence, exactly where the storm is moving, even if it's kind of doing this right up to the point of landfall. Forecasted to become a Category 4 sometime either overnight or early tomorrow morning, and then maintaining that strength right up to the point of landfall. And as I said, this is why I like to use the center line. The forecast all last night had that center line right over Baton Rouge. Now it's a little bit more to the west. If the Hurricane Center does decide to adjust it, maybe you'll see this line come back over the Baton Rouge area, because right now we actually find New Orleans Metro kind of split either inside or outside of the cone. But the cone of error only represents 70% of the errors in forecasts from the National Hurricane Center. So 30% means there is actually kind of outlies on either side of the cone. So the cone represents most of the forecast errors, but not all. So there's always the potential that the center of the storm comes outside of this. With that said, the models and the Hurricane Center has done a fabulous job of forecasting in the last several years, and it's only gotten better in the last couple of years. The forecast models are almost stellar at this point. Folks have been saying, does it look like they're trending more to the east? Well, you kind of look at the ensemble, and as I've been mentioning, this ensemble of computer models is what the Hurricane Center uses to generate their forecast. They also use observations, but this gives them a pretty rough idea. And at the moment, we find that the cone encompasses all of the models. So there isn't any kind of an outlier one way or another. If there was, then maybe I'd be more inclined to think that they would shift the cone and shift the forecast. But right now, as you kind of split the difference of all of the models, it still looks to be about where the center line is on the current forecast. So my guess, to be honest, is that they don't change it. Maybe if they do a slight adjustment, that might put that center line back over Baton Rouge, only based on the trend of the storm right now. But folks at the folks at the Hurricane Center may say, nah, that's just part of the wobble. It may go back to the more center line or just to the west, and they don't change it. Intensity-wise, I don't think they're going to change it, only because most of the models are actually only peaking at a 3. They probably won't change that, only because the atmosphere is still prime. Though the models are not saying that, it still looks like everything is in place for this to continue to explode in strength and continue to strengthen right up to the point of landfall. So winds will start increasing later on tonight. We'll start to see some of the associated showers, but not the torrential tropical type downpours until we get into the overnight, but more so into early tomorrow. So you still have, if you're planning to stay at home, that's what I was doing this morning. As my wife and kids were leaving, I was bringing everything inside or just bringing it up against the house, not creating any additional debris flying around once the winds start. Because once the winds and rain start, you are not going to want to be outdoors in this by any means. Even if we can keep the strongest of the winds right near the center and outside of Metro New Orleans, it is still going to be a nasty day all day tomorrow. The only silver lining is that it does look like it's going to be moving through very quickly. We'll still have the heavy rain. Notice it's still being fed in, that deep tropical fetch of moisture, still feeding the heavy rainfall in during the early morning hours of Monday. But it does look like as we get just after sunrise and toward the mid-morning hours of Monday, we are already seeing improving conditions. There is always light at the end of the tunnel. Here's a model comparison of landfall and what the models are thinking. Now this time is at the same. We're looking at the models both at Sunday, 11 p.m. The Euro has it just moving inland, kind of between Marsh Island, so out toward Morgan City and Homa, but notice moving up toward Baton Rouge. Sunday, 11 p.m. GFS. Where is it moving? Right over Baton Rouge. So yes, there might have been a slight adjustment back to the east with the models, but not dramatically so. It just kind of brings the storm center back over Baton Rouge. So I stick to my statement that I made yesterday. It still looks like conditions are going to be worse in Baton Rouge than they will be in New Orleans. A very similar type setup that we saw in Gustav. We still had power outages here. I was here in Gustav in 2008. We still had power outages. We still had damage, but it was much worse in Baton Rouge. Matter of fact, a few folks here said, well, I was planning to send my family to Baton Rouge. No, go farther west, Lafayette. I have family in Lafayette. They left as well. Go to Lake Charles or even into Texas. If you're going to go east again, maybe Mobile, but even Mobile, notice starting during the afternoon and evening, may start to see some tropical storm force winds. Kind of the same goes for the Florida coast, but if you're inland enough, it's not going to be nearly as devastating, and they're not going to see nearly the damage that we will in southern Mississippi and in Louisiana. Now, this is one of the Euro forecast products looking at the wind, so this doesn't exactly agree with what the National Hurricane Center is saying. You find the yellows, these are the category 1 and 2 force winds, so 70 to 110 miles an hour, and then the whites are representative of major hurricane force winds. That's going to be right near the center. We'd always talk about don't pay attention right to the center. Well, in this case you do, because that's where the strongest winds will be. Certainly right along our coast from Plaquemines to Lower Jefferson could easily find winds sustained of over 110 miles an hour for a brief period as the storm moves inland. Now notice, this is again the Euro product with the Hurricane Center's forecast overlaid. Doesn't exactly agree. The storm here, based on the Euro, would have it taking a path right over Homa and Thibodaux. I heard from a viewer in Thibodaux saying, I'm going to hunker in. You think I'll be okay? I don't. I really don't, because you've got this passing directly over Houma and Thibodaux. So all of Terrebonne, most of Lafourche is looking at these major hurricane force winds. Now, things have kind of changed since yesterday. It certainly looks like we will see hurricane force winds, almost guaranteed, in metro New Orleans. And at times, they may be in excess of 100 miles an hour. That's going to do some significant damage. And we know from experience, it doesn't take much to get power outages, so expect widespread power outages. River parishes, same thing, but you are more inclined to see the major 111 plus mile per hour winds. Then that wind field moves in the direction of Baton Rouge. So Baton Rouge certainly has a higher likelihood of the 110 plus mile per hour wind speeds, as opposed to New Orleans, probably on the more lower end of that 70, 80, maybe let's say 80 to 90 mile per hour. Still, even just a 10 mile an hour difference can be a difference in just how much widespread damage. And this is a pretty wide swath of hurricane force or major hurricane force winds. So the damage is going to be fairly extensive. Something that was pointed out to me with Zeta and talking about how long it took for so many people to get their power back. The damage swath from Zeta was fairly narrow, and it was really just over most of our viewing area. This damage swath is probably going to be a great deal larger, so there's going to be more repairs that will be necessary to get power back on. So, you know, if I'm guessing, and I don't work for Entergy, obviously, but I would guess it would take longer to get power back on from Ida than it was from Zeta, and Zeta was a long duration. And the difference is it's not cool outside, and it's not going to be cool outside at all in the coming week ahead. We're also going to be watching for, with a landfall, and I need to change this number here, it is a 2. There is a slight risk of severe weather, tornadoes. Anytime you get a landfalling storm being on an eastern side, as those bands begin to set up, it's going to easily spawn some tornadoes. So expect tomorrow we're going to be constantly talking about tornado warnings being issued across the area. Rainfall totals, we are looking at the greatest swath right near and just to the east generally of the line, of the center line of where the storm makes landfall, but you can also expect some heavy amounts wherever those bands begin setting up and moving in. And there are some times where the bands set up and you get 10 plus inches just to the east or west, minimal amounts of rainfall. It all will depend upon exactly where those feeder bands start training during the day tomorrow and into early on Monday. The steering currents have been fairly on point. It's anchored, this upper high, along the east coast. That is keeping the storm moving up toward the northwest, and then we'll start taking more of a northeasterly track as the weakening high will make way for an upper trough that should start to drag this rotation and pull it out toward the Ohio Valley and up toward even the east coast. Wind shear is non-existent. There is still that upper low in the western part of the Gulf of Mexico, but look at the outflow from this storm. In other words, this is that exhaust where the storms are able to grow and intensify, and it takes the higher clouds away from the center. In other words, this energy is able to keep growing because it has the ability to kind of exhaust itself out into the atmosphere. If this was capped off, say with an upper low helping to shear the storms, that would help us out. Unfortunately, that is just not the case. And as we've been talking about that deep warm water, that's where the storm is right now. Now, at a point, it will kind of leave that deep warm water. However, in this region of the Gulf of Mexico, sea surface temperatures are in the upper 80s. It's going to have plenty of energy to work with in terms of further strengthening over the course of the day today and going into much of the day tomorrow before landfall. So tropical impacts will begin tonight. Not much has really changed with the forecast. Again, we're waiting for the 4 o'clock advisory. We might see a little bit of a shift off to the east. If we do, it wouldn't be dramatic. We'll see if they do end up changing it. Landfall is likely. Landfall will be as a major hurricane on Sunday, and so your plan should be in place and executed. If you're leaving, really you should have left by now, because we've already seen what the traffic looks like on the roadways. If you're staying in place, hopefully you already have all of your supplies. If you do need to go out for any kind of errands to get something, hopefully it's near the home, because really trying to travel around the city is going to be very, very difficult at this point. And then by tonight and early tomorrow morning, you just need to stay in place wherever you end up being. Rain on radar, the storm is already starting to show up on our wide next red. This is kind of a composite of all the radars across the country, and you're already starting to see those bands of the kind of very much outer bands of the rainfall that are now kind of within about 60 miles of the mouth of the river. So it won't be too much longer as the storm moves northwest that we will begin to see these passing showers moving through, and the tropical downpours are going to be heavy at times with at times a very, or I should say, there is going to be a very high likelihood of flash flooding across almost all of southeast Louisiana from Ida. Yeah, I'm done.
You want to breathe for a second?
Okay.
All right, good. Get a coffee, get some candy, Chris.
I need something.
You have a long time to go. You're talking about I-10, actually. We're looking at some video and pictures of people who were pretty frustrated on the roadways. I mean, this sort of mass exodus of everyone trying to leave Louisiana. But it's not just the roadways. Take a look. This is video inside of the airport. We shot this a short time ago. You can see all of these people trying to get out of town before the storm hits. Now, we don't know exactly what is the holdup here. We've heard some speculation that this had something to do with the number of TSA agents that were available. We know that there were a number of canceled flights. We know that some people went to the airport so that they could get out of town to go somewhere else away from the storm. So it could be a number of reasons, but we do know that MSY did tweet a little bit earlier asking people to not show up to the airport unless you already have travel arrangements because there were some flight cancellations, and they did notice that there was a backup. We're working hopefully to get someone, an official with the airport on the phone with us to tell us a little bit about what's the big holdup here and the number of people that are arriving at the airport, but they're trying to keep that together. And you can see, again, it's a huge crowd over at the airport. A lot of this having to do with some flights that are arriving or departing that are canceled, coming into or going out of MSY. So we're going to continue to update you on that. And of course, I'm going to continue to kind of push for us to get someone on the phone to talk a little bit more about that. But right now, let's talk about this mandatory parish-wide evacuation. 3 parishes are under a mandatory parish-wide evacuation. That's in Terrebonne Parish. The evacuation order went into effect at 6 o'clock this morning. There's a curfew actually in that area that starts at 6 o'clock tonight. And if I'm not mistaken, I saw that there were some floodgate closings. If I can add that on, there were a couple of floodgate closures that are happening later this evening. I think that's 2 floodgates recently closed in Terrebonne Parish. That's at Highway 665, Bayou Point floodgate, and Highway 56. That's the Bayou Little Caillou floodgate. I think those are the only 2 that are closing at this time. So that's happening a little bit later. The Lafourche Parish mandatory evacuation started at 5 a.m. And parish officials say this is especially important for those who are in low-lying areas, those who are in mobile homes, those who are in RVs. It is not safe to be there. There are shelters for last-minute people who could not get out of town for people to go to in order to be in a safe and secure building. And at St. Charles Parish, there's a mandatory evacuation in effect right now. Residents have to evacuate. That is no later than 5 o'clock. You have about 2.5 hours. If you do choose to stay, despite the mandatory evacuation, you have to keep in mind here, emergency crews might not be able to reach you until after the hurricane clears. So make sure you have everything you need. We've been talking about those hurricane kits. Make sure you have your batteries, your flashlights, first aid kits, anything that you might need, medications. I had to go pick some of mine up yesterday. Get the medications, things that you need for your pets. Try to have all of those things if you decide to shelter in place. We know that this is a situation where people might not necessarily have the means to pick up and to leave and to go wherever, or you already see the traffic that we're showing you. You may not be able to make it out. So make sure that you're prepared to stay within your home, and make sure you're prepared to stay within your home without power for a couple of days. This is the main thing we've heard, not only from Orleans Parish, but surrounding parishes as well, about power being out for several days. So for other evacuation orders that are not parish-wide, such as in Plaquemines Parish, you know that ours in Orleans is voluntary. Check our website at wwltv.com. Again, this is always an updating thing. We're consistently updating it. And we're also streaming online. Thanks to our Facebook viewers who are watching. I've been watching some of your comments. Hopefully can answer some of your questions soon. Again, we've talked about this. Lots and lots of traffic. So Chris mentioned this earlier. This is a live look from the Mobile Forecast Center. This is still I-10 East, New Orleans East, and if I'm familiar, well, I am familiar with that area. I was raised there. He's not too far in. Actually, our Mobile Forecast Center, I think he's trying to, is he trying to get to Mississippi, Chris, or trying to test it out?
I think Mississippi.
Mississippi?
Just to see how long it takes.
Oh,
it's an experiment.
Well, that is clearly taking some time because he was in the car maybe about an hour or so ago. Maybe since I've been here, actually, so maybe 2 or 3 hours he's been there. So we're going to continue to monitor that. And a live look from the Twins fan, if we have that. pretty clear, but you can see right now more people going out, no one coming on in. Traffic right there along the twin span is moving slowly, but it is moving, so not necessarily kind of bumper to bumper like we're seeing over on I-10 East. And we continue to watch the area around there as well. I think we have, do we have David Hammer? If we have our report, there you go. We have David Hammer right now joining us now. And David, where are you, in Gretna?
Yeah, we're at the Emergency Operations Center here in Jefferson Parish in Gretna. We're getting ready for a 5 o'clock update. We're going to be getting a 5 o'clock update from Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang and some other parish officials. And what we're going to be asking about is preparedness with the pumps, because we've had those issues in the past with Katrina. Everybody remembers that the pumps were not manned and there were major issues there. We're also going to be looking into what's going on with the floodgate closures on the West Bank, because remember, you're talking about mandatory evacuations versus voluntary evacuations. Jefferson Parish is kind of bifurcated. The northern part of the parish that's behind flood protection is a voluntary evacuation, and the southern part of the parish that is not behind the protection, Jean Lafitte and south, down to Grand Isle, is under mandatory evacuation. And we already heard this morning at the City of New Orleans press conference that they're looking at the West Bank levee system, the hurricane protection system that was put in after Hurricane Katrina, is going to see potential overtopping, because if you're going to see 10 to 15 feet of storm surge on the West Bank, and those levees in places on the West Bank are 10 to 12 feet, then you have the potential for overtopping. But they think that that's going to be perfectly strong and hold well. But that's another thing for Jefferson Parish to look out for. Also, we're going to be concerned about issues where there's scaffolding on some of the construction work and on the bridge that is in the main part of in Metairie near Airline Highway. So that is something that we're also going to be looking at, and we're going to want to ask those questions of parish officials to make sure that everything is ready.
All right, David, thanks so much. You're over in Gretna. A quick question for you, David. Well, you know what? We're going to get back to David in a second. We actually have to talk a little bit more about the forecast. We're tracking updates from across the region. Hurricane Ida approaches. What do you got, Chris?
Okay, just updating the information as we're getting it in. The winds have increased slightly to 105 miles an hour, but it looks like the pressure has held steady. So, slight increase in the winds. We haven't seen the pressure just bottom out. It's at 976, so that's, one positive there. We're also looking at the forward motion is the same, northwest at 16. That's what we like to see. We want to see this continue to move at a very fast clip. What we've also seen is, and that is not unexpected, is that we have seen a slight shift in the forecast from the National Hurricane Center. And that, as I mentioned, we were kind of analyzing why that might be, though the models really didn't change all that much. The track had been moving more to the north of where the center line from the National Hurricane Center was over the last couple of hours. So it was really kind of a 50-50 shot, as they would indicate either that's just kind of part of the wobble, or maybe they would take that trend over the last few hours and adjust their forecast. And they did. They have adjusted the forecast slightly. Again, we're still looking at a landfall, Lower Lafourche, Terrebonne, as a Category 4 hurricane, so they have not changed the intensity. Winds of 130 miles an hour sometime during the afternoon or early evening. It almost looks like the speed or the timing has sped up a little bit to where by the early afternoon the storm is already making landfall. And as I mentioned, this is why I like showing the center line, because it does now take it once again over Baton Rouge, as opposed to the earlier forecast from 10 a.m. that was just to the west. So yes, a slight shift back to the east, but nothing dramatic. Now that does place parts of the New Orleans area. Again, if it kind of makes a landfall like this, you are looking at a Category 4 storm not far south of the city. So we are certainly looking at least 90 to 100 mile an hour sustained winds here in the city as we get toward the early afternoon hours of Sunday, more like the midday and early afternoon hours of Sunday, we're looking at some of the strongest winds. Now, as it continues along this trajectory, those strong winds moving over lower Lafourche and Terrebonne, then northern Lafourche, the river parishes, and then up toward Baton Rouge. So once again, it still looks certain that the worst of this is going to be a little bit more to the south and west of New Orleans, but that does not mean New Orleans isn't going to see hurricane force winds. Far from it. We will likely see winds in excess of 90 to 100 miles per hour, and that is sustained. I'm not talking about wind gusts. Those are the sustained winds. So again, even just a slight shift to the east does kind of matter to how strong the winds will be here in the city. As opposed to, or as far as other areas go, for the North Shore, that does put Tangipahoa Hope Parish a little bit closer to some of those strong winds. Doesn't really change too much for St. Tammany and Washington, and really nothing has changed for the Mississippi coast. It would really have to be a dramatic shift for any of the forecasts that we're anticipating for Mississippi to drastically change. But this is still some very strong winds, and as I said, the wind swath is going to be fairly large at landfall, and then it starts to collapse a bit as it moves inland, and so that may take some of the stronger winds away from our North Shore parishes and kind of confine them to the more western Florida parishes as it moves northward up toward Natchez and then farther north from there. But at the moment, this would place some very strong winds, not the strongest, but very strong winds in the city of New Orleans as we get toward the midday and early afternoon hours tomorrow. So really, from this point at 4 o'clock,
When the storm begins to pass, please do not call 911 unless you have an emergency. That's so important. There's other parish phone numbers that have been given to you that you can get all the information. So let's use 911 for emergencies only. At approximately 2000, 8 p.m. tonight, fire stations 11 in Waclosky and 12 in Delcroix Island will be closed, and those crews will be relocated to Fire Station 10 in Verret inside the hurricane protection levee. So they will not be responding outside of that area. Once we get, and we do know, John, it's 44.88 miles per hour, 39 knots. So 45 miles per hour, we will stop responding unless it's an extreme emergency. Those trucks are very top heavy, and last year for Zeta, we actually had to put some people in Suburbans to try to go, and we had reports of people trapped in a home, which were false. Generator safety, Entergy's here with us, and they're going to make sure we don't lose any electricity in St. Bernard Parish. But if we do, and you use a generator, remember at least 15 feet away from a doorway, not to be used inside of any home, garage, shed. Don't even put them under the carport. Be careful where the exhaust vents, because carbon monoxide is odorless and colorless and extremely poisonous. So we want to be very careful. Let them cool down before you fuel them, at least 15 minutes. Gasoline is very volatile, and people don't realize that. If you're fueling your gas cans, make sure they're grounded on the ground, not in the trunk, not in the back of a pickup truck. Since we said that yesterday, people have sent me texts showing people filling up gas cans in the back of a trunk. I even got a picture of someone filling up 5-gallon buckets with gasoline in the trunk of a car. The movement of product causes static electricity. You might have been lucky your entire life, but all it takes is one time for a static charge to go off, and it'll be a disaster. So please ground your gas tanks. If you use candles, be aware of where they're burning, what's above them, what's around them, and please be very, very safe and very smart. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Our Sheriff's Department are always very important during these times. Our sheriff and his deputies do a great job in protecting the property and lives of the citizens of St. Bernard Parish. Today, representing our Sheriff's Department is Stephen Ngajoya.
Good evening. The St. Bernard Parish Sheriff's Department would like to tell the citizens of St. Bernard Parish that we have doubled our patrols. We are patrolling the inside and outside of the flood protection area. We have evacuated our jail from the corrections facility. And sorry about that. Our message is this: before, during, and after the storm, if you do not have a purpose to be on the roadway, stay off of the roadway. All of these people here, from the utilities, fire department, other first responders, need to respond to emergencies. We need to respond to complaints. And the only way we can do that is if you stay off the roadway. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. If the sheriff was here, he would call all of those people knuckleheads, and we're going to put them in jail. So at this time, St. Bernard Parish has a great relationship with Entergy. And, they have been a partner in this. And since the last storm last year, we've had a lot of work done here in St. Bernard Parish, and we're going to get tested tomorrow night with that system. So, I want to call up at this time representing Entergy, Joni Bethel and Curtis Navis.
Good evening. Entergy has been going through our pre-storm checklist and making all of our preparations. We are ready, standby ready to restore power as quickly and as safely as we can for our employees and our customers as soon as the storm passes. Right now, they've gone through all their preparations, moved equipment, done everything that they could do to prepare the employees, have the employees prepare their own homes and such, and have scouted the lines, and we're ready to go. We stand by waiting to respond. We have approximately 8,400 distribution, transmission, and support personnel ready to help support us in the affected areas, with waiting to acquire a total restoration team of about 16,000. Our safety of our employees and our customers are our #1 concern. So we need to make sure that everyone knows that if the winds are over 30 miles an hour or if there's lightning in the area, we have to pull the crews in and wait till it's safe for them to get back out there. We ask that our customers prepare for extended outages or extended restoration times of approximately 7 to 10 days for this type of event that we're facing now. In certain hard-hit and difficult-to-access areas, restoration could take up to 3 weeks, but we're going to hope for the best on that. While some work to restore power can be done on the ground, a lot of it's in the air, so we have to follow that 30 mile per hour or greater rule, and we want to make sure that you understand that we are following all the COVID procedures necessary, so we ask that no one approach our employees while they're working, and we ask you to also be very diligent and vigilant when you go out after the storm. If you can't see things through the trees or whatever, there could be power lines laying around, so please do not, be very safe, be very vigilant. Look at your surroundings and try not to get into any dangerous situations with power lines. We are here to help, and hopefully that we can get everything restored as safely and as quickly as possible. Please also make sure that you go to our website and our app for additional information. Thank you.
Thank you, Joni. You know, when these kind of things happen, you know, you need coordination with state, local, and federal. We've been in constant communication with the governor's office, his staff, whether it's CPRA, DOTD, community development, GOSEP. There's a lot of coordination there that is needed to protect the citizens of this state. At this time, I would like to recognize our state representative, Ray Garofalo.
Thank you, Guy. Good evening. Guy just said it. You know, we're in constant communications with GOSEP, Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, with CPRA, that's the Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority, and also with the Southeast Louisiana Flood Protection Authority East. Those are all the entities that are protecting us. CPRA already has some equipment staged, some pumps down the road, which they usually do for an event like this. They're ready to go. Parish government has worked with them. So we are ready to respond, but we know that this could be a devastating hurricane for St. Bernard Parish. And I would urge everyone, if you're going to stay, please make sure that your generators are safe. Chief Stone talked about it already, but the governor's office has asked us to emphasize that make sure your generators are safe, do all the right things. Chief Stone talked about it and told you exactly what to do. Please stay off the roads, and please stay safe.
Councilmember at large in the Eastern District, Councilmember Calais. Thank you, Ray. You know, we have a great council here in St. Bernard Parish.
Thank you, President McGinnis.
We work together.
I just want to thank all of our council members. They have been working hard all through this event and will continue to assist the citizens in any way that they can in their district. They've been out helping to clear storm drains and you know, doing anything that their neighborhoods need. And so I just want to thank all of the council members for continually working so hard for St. Bernard Parish in this time that we're in. You know, one of our biggest concerns is, Thank you, President McGinnis. Storm surge that we're going to see outside of our levee system. All of our council members. I believe that most of the people outside of our levee have come in to assist the citizens in any way that they can through their district. They've been out helping to clear storm drains and President McGinnis said that those roads are going to be closed. And so I just want to thank all of the council members right now. So continually, if you haven't made your way in, please do so immediately. This time that we're in. Also, if anybody is in one of our biggest concerns is or a trailer, the storm surge that we're going to find a family member or a friend with a more secure structure. I believe that most of the people outside our levee have come in. This is with winds probably not as strong as what we're going to see. They understand. And we saw the damage that we occurred here in St. Bernard for that. President McGinnis said those roads are going to be closed. We can only imagine that that's at least what we're going to see here right now. So if you're in a structure that haven't made your way in, please do so immediately. And we saw the damage that we occurred here in St. Bernard for that tomorrow morning. So we can only imagine that that's at least what we're going to see here for this storm. To find your councilman's phone number or structure that is not secure, please find a family member, social media, or different ways to contact us. If there's anything we can do to help, we'll be here nightfall tonight. We really encourage all residents to wrap up anything that they're doing, secure your garbage cans.
Thank you, Carrie.
Anything that may be outside of your house, and be done with all your preparations by nightfall tonight, because we believe we'll be waking up to
going to arrive during the overnight hours here into Louisiana and Mississippi. And for that reason, we have the chance of flash flood.
The fact that
O que é melhor para você neste momento? Viajar ou economizar? As duas coisas, é claro. Acesse 123milhas.com e programe sua viagem com até 50%.
Begin to see the tropical impact starting late tonight. Stronger winds and some rain passing through. More so by early tomorrow morning before daybreak, certainly along the coastline. Not much has changed with the forecast, and really I would say the forecast is pretty much locked on. There could be a little jog here or there, but I really don't think the forecast is going to be all that different, as again, we're looking at a landfall probably around 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. It will make landfall as a major hurricane on Sunday, and your plans need to be in place now. That window of opportunity is closing ever faster as we approach tomorrow morning.
Chris, all right, thanks so much. We, of course, tracking updates from across the region as Hurricane Ida approaches. Here's Devin Bartolotta with some of the things you need to know.
Hi, Katie and Sharice. There are some headlines that we have been kind of tracking throughout the area tonight. There are a number of curfews in effect or going into effect very soon. In Mandeville, a curfew goes into effect tonight at midnight. Lafourche and Terrebonne parishes also have a parish-wide curfew. That went into effect at 6 p.m. All essential employees out afterward must carry identification and have a reason for being out. In Plaquemines Parish, there is a curfew from sundown to sunrise. That goes into effect tonight as well. The LA 45 floodgate is now closed. That is located near the intersection of LA 45 and Merlin Lane. You can no longer get through. As always, you can call the DOTD at 511 to get information on road closures. Firefighters in Jefferson Parish are working to get homeless individuals into safe shelter. The parish is partnering with 3 hotels or motels to get people a roof over their heads for this storm. If you or someone you know is in need of help, you can call the parish. That number is 504-736-6264. Remember, you can always get updates along with interactive radar on our app. Just search WWL-TV in our app store, and it is free to download. Katie and Sharice.
All right, thanks so much, Devin. Just a quick reminder to everyone, we have the WWL Hurricane Ida helpline. That number, if you need help, 504-529-6450. Of course, that is if you have to ask any questions. I see that you are all still commenting on our Facebook Live streaming. So if you have any questions, you can call that helpline. Again, 504-529-6450.
It is such a difficult situation that people will continue to have questions all the way until and after Ida makes landfall. So that's a very helpful resource if anybody needs any help out there.
Well, we have our eye on Hurricane Ida, continuing to keep our eye on Hurricane Ida, with every parish having some sort of impact from the strengthening storm. I mean, the impacts vary for everyone, according to Chris, but Erica Ferrando continues to follow along with it.
Yeah, she's in Tangipahoa Parish tonight with the latest on what's happening over on the North Shore. And are people still in a fervor to get gas up there?
Katie, Sharice, we are seeing some of those last-minute preparations here in Tangipahoa Parish. We are at a gas station right off Highway 22. Actually, everywhere south of Highway 22, the parish president recommended that they leave, especially if they're in those low-lying areas. But a lot of the people who are still here plan to staying. But we're seeing some of those last-minute preparations here at this gas station. Some of the pumps are out, others are still working, and people are still lining up and keeping this gas station busy. We just saw 3 Entergy trucks pull up as those crews are getting ready to respond as well. Of course, they're expecting power outages out here that could last days, even weeks. It all depends, of course, on how Ida hits Tangipahoa Parish. Some people that we spoke with out here are getting gas to make a last-minute evacuation. I spoke with one woman who was actually on her way from New Orleans. She just got off work this afternoon and was trying to get out. Others, though, most of the people I think here are filling up extra gas tanks and gas cans that they have just in case they need it. Take a listen. You're coming from New Orleans and just filling up and getting ready to get out?
Yes, ma'am. I did leave New Orleans. I got off from work at the airport, and I left New Orleans and picked up my mother so we can get out. Yes.
So why'd you decide that it was a good idea for y'all to leave?
It's a good idea to leave because of the water. And for Katrina, we lost everything. But, so we just had to leave. My mother said, no, come get me. I'm ready to leave now. So that's what I did, and I left. I don't want to take a chance again. And then I was told that 2 pumps were out in New Orleans. So it's time to get out.
Do you know where you're going yet?
Right now I'm going by my sister, which is not too far from here. And then we were thinking about going to Fort Worth by my sister.
So the boat holds 60 gallons of gas. I'm going to need gas for a generator. I work in the oil and gas industry. We're considered essential employees. So we're going to hunker down and wait it out and, you know, keep working and try to keep things going here, you know. I lived Katrina. The eye passed right over us. I was in Mississippi when Katrina hit. So that's, what, 16 years ago to the date, pretty much. So it's shaping up to be a Katrina-type storm, it seems like. Maybe a little less. We'll see. We'll know by the end of the night tomorrow. So it's gaining momentum. Be ready.
The parish president is recommending everyone stay in place tonight. They're expecting those high winds to begin early tomorrow morning. And of course, that will come with down power lines and down trees. So they're saying stay where you are until this hurricane passes. Now, if you are in an area or in a home that you don't believe is safe, there are 3 shelters that are now open in Tangipahoa Parish. That's at Amite High, Kentwood High, and Hammond West Side. So again, if you need to get somewhere to ride out this hurricane, those 3 shelters are open. For now, live in Ponchatoula, Erica Ferrando, Eyewitness News.
Erica, thank you. But we're also in St. Bernard Parish.
Yeah, St. Bernard is one of those areas where they're watching that inundation of water very closely, especially for people outside the levee protection system. And Paul Murphy has been down in St. Bernard all day. He's joining us now live with the very latest from there. Paul?
Katie, Bayou Bonfuca here in Wyclosky is a lonely bayou tonight. Only a handful of commercial fishing vessels are left. Most left yesterday for the Violet Canal, where they sought safe harbor that is inside the levee protection. We're told that the parish is expecting 7 to 11 feet of storm surge with Ida. Right now, the storm, the tide is about 3 feet above normal. Nothing to be concerned of at this point, but parish leaders tell me that they expect that to change around 4 tomorrow morning rather, when they expect the tide to come up pretty rapidly. This area that we're at right now in Wyclosky will likely be underwater for probably the duration of the storm beginning tomorrow morning. People in this area will be waking up to tropical storm strength winds. They will likely beef up to 110 to 115 mile per hour during Hurricane Ida. And parish leaders say that right now you should be where you plan to ride out the storm. And just a short while ago, I believe we have some video of this, the levee district closed the floodgates on LA 46 in Verret. That separates those who live inside the levee protection from those who live outside the levee protection. This area on LA 46 is manned now by the Sheriff's Department, and if you don't have any business to be out, they're going to tell you to get back to where you're going. Again, the parish leaders say that you really should be where you expect to ride out the storm by now. Again, when folks in this area are going to be waking up, they're going to be waking up to tropical storm strength winds, and it's going to go downhill from there. And here in St. Bernard, they are expecting up to 18 inches of rain with this storm, and possibly winds again in the 110 to 115 mile per hour. So that's obviously going to be a problem, not just in this area, which is outside the levee protection, but there will also be a lot of rain and water and wind inside the levee protection. So they're expecting, as this storm passes, it will be leaving quite a mess. There will be downed trees, there will be down power lines, and there will be extended power outages. Entergy telling us at the press conference earlier tonight here in St. Bernard that if you lose power, it will likely be 7 to 10 days before your power is restored. Also very concerning to parish leaders here is that slight jog to the east, that of about 20 miles. That is not much in itself, but if there's another 20 mile or another 30 mile, then it really starts to put this area under some of the more serious impacts from this storm, and that's something that they are watching really closely tonight. And one other thing that I want to talk a little bit about is that 16 years ago tomorrow is when Hurricane Katrina hit this area, and we all know what it did to this area. It was very, very devastating. And in some respects, this parish is still rebuilding from that. And this is certainly not going to be the case, we hope, with Ida, but it just really puts an explanation point as to why people in this area take storms very seriously, to the extent where we see very, very few people here outside the levee protection. It's almost like a ghost town. A lot of folks heeding the warnings, only a few families that are riding out the storm down here. And as we speak, the parish officials are desperately trying to tell them to come in, to leave, and get inside the levee protection, because this is not a place where you're going to want to be, particularly if you're in a trailer. They're warning people who are living in trailers that they really are taking their life into their hands if they stay. As President Guy McGinnis said, people are making decisions right now that could save their life, save their family's life, or not. So it's that serious. It is go time. It is time for people to get serious with this storm, as lots of folks are in our viewing area. So here in St. Bernard Parish, again, expecting some impacts, some major impacts from Ida, and it's all going to kick off, they believe, first thing in the morning. And that's the story here in Wyclosky and St. Bernard Parish. Paul Murphy, Eyewitness News.
Yeah, thankfully, Paul, it's a much different story inside that levee protection system now than it was 16 years ago with the surge barrier and all those incredible advancements that have been made. But outside the levee protection system, as you just said, it is another story, and that's one that officials are really warning people about. So we'll continue to check back in with you throughout the night, Paul. Thank you.
And we'll be right back. All right, welcome back as we continue to track Hurricane Ida as it makes its way to the Louisiana coast. Giving you a live look right now at the traffic at the Texas-Louisiana state line, which you see all those lights, I believe. If I'm not mistaken, those are headlights.
I think there's some rain on the camera. There must be getting some rain in that part of the state because that looks like the lens is wet, and so it's making it look like a lightsaber instead of traffic.
So those are, that is traffic, but those are headlights coming down the interstate. And by the way, while it's slowly moving, it's just, this has sort of been kind of the theme that's been going on the roadways for everyone trying to leave Louisiana, going either into Texas, going in Mississippi so that they can get past Mississippi, out of that area, out of the Gulf Coast area. But this traffic has been moving extremely slow. And you have people, which we've gotten comments, or people are taking 12 hours to get to places like Houston, you know, which is what, a 4 hour, if I'm not mistaken, 4 or 5 hour drive.
Yeah, about 5 hours from New Orleans. But it's been slow go, and it's been rough for people who have hit the roads. You know, they are headed to safety, which is a good thing, but especially in this area that you're looking at right now, along the Louisiana-Texas state line, if you think about it, there are 3 different metropolitan areas that are trying to get there. And that's us, Baton Rouge, and Lafayette, all trying to evacuate at the same time. And we're not in a contraflow situation because there wasn't time for state officials to make that happen, meaning the opposite lanes would be going in the same direction out of the state. They'd make all of the lanes of traffic go in the same direction when we have contraflow. And there just wasn't time for them to orchestrate that because Ida developed and has grown in strength and has really marked her sights on Louisiana so quickly. And so there's not a contraflow situation, which is making traffic and evacuations more difficult for people, especially, like I said, when you have 3 different areas all trying to get to the same place at the same time.
And we know how this situation looks, and let's take a look at the situation on the streets of New Orleans, more specifically Bourbon Street, which is usually packed full of people, and it seems like a couple of people, stragglers, have found their way on Bourbon Street, but for the most part, we're here in the French Quarter. Most of the businesses have either closed up shop so that their employees could go home and find either shelter in place or escape or evacuate, rather, the area. So not that many people when you consider this. It's really interesting to say. This kind of reminds me of earlier this year.
In the pandemic. Oh, Mardi Gras, right.
Yeah, earlier this year. I mean, so much has happened in 1 year, right?
Yeah. Oh, goodness.
So much has happened. There was sarcastic laugh. We're not laughing about it. It actually is sad. A lot of things have happened this year, but again, not many people that are out on the streets right now, but a lot of people that are leaving the city, heeding to the warnings that, of course, the mayor gave, Governor Edwards gave, and parish leaders, surrounding parish leaders, especially right there in the river parishes, the bayou parishes, gave for people to just seek higher ground and seek shelter.
Yeah, and hopefully a lot of people are trying to get out. I know that there has been an evacuation site in Houma in particular. That's where residents have really had a difficult time because their leaders have said, you know, there's a good chance the Houma area is going to take a direct hit from this storm. And it looks like it's tracking straight through the bayou parishes, skirting New Orleans, and headed toward Baton Rouge. And Chief Meteorologist Chris Franklin says it's really not likely that forecast is going to change a whole lot, even when we get the 10 o'clock update.
I don't think so. Kind of, again, looking at our infrared satellite, and on top of that we superimpose the just center line of the track from the National Hurricane Center forecast. I've taken away the cone and we're just leaving that center line, and you follow along, and the center of the storm is really following along with what the Hurricane Center has said. Now, if you were with us earlier, it looked like the center line, it was a little bit off to the west of where the storm had actually been tracking. So it wasn't really a big surprise that as the 4 p.m. track, the Hurricane Center did kind of jog it a little bit more to the east, and hopefully that is what holds up to the point of landfall. As of the 7 o'clock advisory, it is only 200 miles away from the mouth of the river. It is closing in very, very quickly. And again, that's kind of a double-edged sword. You really don't have much more time to get out. And at the moment, though, the idea of it moving in faster and getting out of here sooner is always a good thing. The current motion is northwest at 16 miles an hour. We want to keep that forward motion going as fast and as long as possible. 105 mile per hour winds, despite the fact that between the 4 and 7 o'clock advisory, the pressure had fallen. And the hurricane hunters are currently in the storm right now, and the pressure has fallen even more. So my guess is at the 10 o'clock, we will see a Category 3 storm, likely winds of up to now 115 miles an hour, because because, as I said, with such a fast-moving storm, as soon as this advisory time is about an hour old, and now we're approaching almost 2 hours old, the information dramatically changes with the fact that it's moving so fast and it is going under that rapid intensification process. You also see kind of a new structure developing around the eye of the storm, so it is trying to gain some strength. We don't like to see that, but it really is not much of a surprise. Forecast taking it kind of along a northwesterly track right up to the point of landfall as a